みたい子供なのね。夢を追って傷ついて嘘が下手なくせに笑えない笑顔見せた。愛なく言うもろくに言わない。口下手でほんまに不器用なのにどうしてさよならは言えたの。ダメダメダメよダメなのよ。あんたが好きで好き好きでどれだけ強いお酒でも歪まない思い出がバカみたい。バカみたいほんとバカね。あんた信じるばかりで強い女のふり切なさの夜風浴びる。一人になって3年が過ぎ街並みさえも変わりました。なのにどうして2年だけ置き去り。ほんまにろくな男やな。揃いの指輪外します。ざまみのせいするわ。いい加減待っててもバカみたい。ダメダメダメよダメなのよ。あんたが好きで好き好きでどれだけ強いお酒でも歪まない思い出がバカみたい。ほんまにろくな男やな。揃いの指輪外します。ざまみのせいするわ。いい加減待っててもバカみたい。
Oke. Alma snifflikum agerdigi. Blood game. I did a very, very, very small amount of off-stream stuff. I got the body down. That's it. I still gotta get the money to afford pay off my debt.
Right to work! Right to work! Shane!
Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to... I know nothing about a murder.
The mention of a killing sends a barely noticeable shiver of tenseness through him. Interesting.
Why
What are you
so
talking about?
tense?
Yes, he's tense. And dangerous. Somewhere below it all.
Right to work!
It's shameful. Cops doing nothing.
We are not speaking pity.
Let
Hey. I feel like... Okay. Should be around here somewhere. I feel like I should be able to find that by talking to the guy who's... Okay. Hold on. I can't get across here. But is there something up that I haven't explored yet? I missed something here, maybe. Oh, you know what? I did miss something here. 2 Cape Set apartments. Alright, I'll be right back. My water's boiling. I am returned. Like, fucking stupid fork. Just stay up there. Okay. Only cormorant surveys the sea, indifferent to your approach. The belly of this boat shines like it was recently painted.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Okay. Doing light, some things become clear. I do not have the fucking stat. Okay, do I have, like, minus conceptualization? No, I have plus conceptualization. It's just that hard of one. Okay. I'm gonna hold off on that. Ooh. Actually, you might as well.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. You have no clue. It's just a wall. So many walls all over Martinez, weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling.
I expected that. Didn't feel like there was any harm in trying it, though. There's a girl up there. Did she just spill the paint? Did she spill the paint? Docking reserved for residents of Rue des Saint-Ghislain, 33A.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good evening, officers. I'm Joyce.
She extends her hand in greeting.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
Joyce L. What does the L stand for?
My maiden name.
Her bony hand dangles from the sleeve of her oversized raincoat. What gave us away?
Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Relax. She meant it in jest.
Oh, yeah, okay. Shake her
I'm
hand.
glad to see you here.
Her grip is tight and cold.
Like steel. There is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails deep into your skin.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will. Gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
Oh, thank you.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. The lieutenant is hatching some scheme.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
You're on a boat.
Why, yes I am.
She looks at the deck under her feet. Green and white sails float overboard. Not a lot of people on boats, are there?
Of course there are.
We're
We're on an
Shucks
archipelago.
around.
How else are you supposed to get around?
What do you mean? Wait, we're on an archipelago?
Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Caillou? I thought we were in Revachol.
We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou.
I see. Still, haven't seen anyone else sail a boat around
I
here.
haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Don't fuck with this
Now,
car.
what's this? A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
Does she have a name?
The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19, because that's the type of sloop it is.
The word "it" feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name. A breeze ripples through the sails and tugs at your hair. Below, the sleek, fish-like shape of the hull parts the water. Beneath that, a resounding darkness. You're reminded of something. Or someone.
Inland Empire is inanimate objects speak to you. It feels like an Inland Empire run feels like this game's version of a Malkavian run in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, where you have a bunch of crazy dialogue that is like heavy foreshadowing and stuff. Cool, but your boat really needs a name.
How about Cordelati 19? Why?
She taps on the side of the boat and makes a hollow sound.
Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cordelati, and its hull is 19 paces long.
How about the sleek fish? How about the X something? How about Dolores? How about the sleek
What?
fish? Because it's sleek and fish-like.
I think I'll stick with the factory name, but thank you.
A smirk passes her face. What kind
It's
of
a
boat?
pleasure craft, a 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business.
I don't think the boat will talk to me.
My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I am enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
He does not mean
do,
that.
The lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet?
Oh no, he
He's
does.
looking at the
Oh.
woman, assessing her.
You have a license for this boat?
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's
Oh.
hull as she smiles.
The light turned on as it turned to 8.
Qualified pleasure craft operator. So charming. Where's the damn license?
Can I see your
I
license?
just renewed its safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken part in not one, but 2 insulindic regattas. Even finished once.
What happened the other
The
time?
other time, I would have finished the race were it not for an urgent work matter, much like the one I'm on now.
Still need to see a
Actually,
license.
you don't.
What do you mean?
The Wayfarer Act specifically denies the RCM the authority to demand anyone's operator license. It's a little-known fact among us law officials.
How exactly little known is this
I
fact?
was just being polite. Even school children know the Wayfarer Act.
Makes sense, I guess. I mean, look at me.
No need to resort to self-pity, detective. You can still ask for her passport.
Yes, I'm gonna need to
Of
see your
course.
passport. Look at her passport.
The woman is silent, smiling while the waves lap against the hull. In your hand, under the plastic, a light blue passport saying, Republic of Vespa.
Different come in
coat
different
of
runs.
arms is a lion
It's all
and an
like
ostrich.
they're all your
Sea
skills. I wonder if I can. Yeah, so this is my my character sheet, right? These are all the skills I have, and they all do like various different things. So like, conceptualization helps me like visualize things. Same with perception. Inland Empire is hunches and gut feelings, dreams and waking life. So that's the thing about Inland Empire is it's also like hunches. So it's like I'm a very like a hunch based detective. So like I'll pick up on something like I found something in the garbage. I found a clue in the garbage because Inland Empire told me that, like, I felt like something was in there. And so I searched it and found the body's clothes, which means they had been stripped off and thrown in the garbage. Look at the photo page.
The woman, born in the year 3 in the commune of Revachol, smiles at you, face adorned with frown lines and crow's feet. The photo is recent. The name reads, Rejoice Leighton Messier.
You're from
My
Vesper.
husband is. I have dual citizenship. A Vespertine is handier when travelling.
Your name
Yes.
is Rejoice.
But please don't call me that. Joyce is much more efficient.
She doesn't like it. Probably a bad memory. Mean girls at school or some ancient lover.
And, like, basically all of your passives, like, these are, like, passive skill checks. Where if you have enough points in that, you will just passively pick up on stuff like this. And so, like, my empathy is high enough that I passively picked up on that, right? Which, like, helps give you more information, but they're not, like, active roles you can, like, you're trying to do.
She
Like, that
nods
wall was
and
an active
returns
roll.
the plastic bag to her coat.
Good.
You seem rich.
Is
Can I have
what
some
you
money?
want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it? Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub. Why, yes. Tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity.
I failed
a
an
silk
empathy roll.
shirt
That's what
and
happened.
matching Scarf
I didn't have
around
enough
her
empathy
gentle
points, and I
throat.
assumed that she was a whore. I guess. When ending a conversation with a woman.
While dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry. Wealth, these are the kind eyes of the rich man that seem to say everything is possible. Now look at you, you misery-clad simian, barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes. A scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to your forehead, and your underwear feels uncomfortable.
This is the dyslexia-friendly font. I turn it on, just in case.
You're poor. Poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too...
As I should be for even considering it. This is a woman, and I'm a man. I'm a goddamn working man. I'm not ashamed to shake this leech for some dough.
You think your little communism protects you from this feeling? No. The more demeaning it is to grovel at her feet.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. Of course, Detective. You're back. Good.
Voila.
Yes!
You're doing it.
I'm begging for money.
Really put your back into it. Yell it from the top of your lungs.
Help me, I'm poor. I need money to keep living.
Ah, yes, of course. I'm sad to hear that.
She's surprisingly nonchalant about this. Could it be that she somehow knows more about your predicament than she's letting on?
130 real.
Some, not too small, not fantastically large.
Is the paper notes arranged like black gills?
She removes a few notes and hands them to you.
We can pay off the debt!
Cold and oily to the touch.
So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It may not be technically illegal under the Emergency Act, but still.
You bribed me, alright? I'm a little peon now. I'm an honorable policeman, one of the few good men in Rivershore. Funny that you're worried about this and not your ruthless exploitation of the entire human race. I'm still getting my head around this whole money concept. You were just helping me out.
You're right, man, that donations are permitted under the Emergency Act, unseemly as it may be, as long as they are properly logged with the precinct.
Which he most certainly will do. Now, how else can I help the RCM today, besides supplementing its salaries?
Alright, tell me about Wild Pines. What do you do?
I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
What do they do?
The Pines' core
Fuck, I accidentally
competency
unplugged my
is
head.
logistics.
I can get up
Container
for some
shipping,
water.
freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things.
Whole mess of chords truly is annoying. The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there blinking? Those are the shipping sides of things.
And that is the terminal. Another subdivision
east,
deals
toward
with
the
energy,
harbor.
oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
How much money does Wild
I'm
Pines
not
have?
at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
A billion?
No, I don't have enough encyclopedia. What is this billion?
It's a number, officer.
What is
It's
it made of?
1,000 millions. A million is made of 1,000 thousands.
The money I owe is so much less than that.
Yes, past a certain point, numbers begin to seem imaginary. But they are quite real for the 72,000 employees who depend on Wild Pines for their paychecks. A conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving and growing, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It is a tremendous responsibility.
Where does Wild Pines get all these
They
billions?
started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Easterlers 250 years ago, when Pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
But there's such a huge system. What with a place like this?
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
You don't keep it moving, the workers do. The company is nothing without
We
them.
built this district. All the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions. The plazas Meteor and Mosaic. Even some of the old street lamps have been put back thanks to the investments from the WP.
She points behind you where the seawall rises.
Before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here, the Pines built it as a resort for its Revacholian employees. A company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. I'm here to make sure the Pines can fulfill their responsibilities to the place they built.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Can you tell me about this strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
What if I want to hear about the trade secrets?
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Elements that gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
An octopus? I will slay it!
It is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
After 700 numbers repeat, they just give them different names, so you think they're still going out?
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
Where's your role in this precisely?
The official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbour.
I see.
There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. What can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organization now. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
Like you! Oh, yeah, she's definitely trying to get in our... No, I have not spoken to Measurehead yet. I've been putting that off.
But the strike began in December.
She looks at his notes.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
What happened to this Gaumont?
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it?
She pauses to compose herself?
Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Not
Keep
cool.
in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
What are their demands?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
I like it.
Then you might also like their other slogan. Demand democracy.
Not hard communist enough for me.
Personally, I agree. It lacks the pizzazzo of every worker a member of the board.
What exactly do I mean to that? What's the demand?
It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about what, about anything really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
That's pretty funny, I have to admit.
They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags, a disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Yeah.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the bowyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
I love Call Me Mañana.
This checks out.
Scabs at the gate, did you put them there?
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrog, come to plead for work where the Union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right now, at least.
It's implied she's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Interesting. Tell me about Mr. Clare.
Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
See that
He is
bad?
the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
Wait, there are two of him?
Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows
Shadow
how
Clone.
much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say...
She hesitates, looking for the right
A
expression.
mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother.
He turns to you.
And your opinion, detective, if I may ask. I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
An effective advocate for the rights of
Why
local
do you
working
think
men.
so?
They're good labor men. Can't fault them for a little corruption.
A real man of the left. What else can I tell you about?
Achievement unlocked. Biggest communism builder.
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Eerie.
Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Let's change the
Of
topic.
course. How else can I help?
What can you tell me about this lynching?
Quite
Oh,
a few
right.
things,
She's
I'm
rich, so
afraid.
she knows about reality.
The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct
Well-
57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope
Yeah.
that will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
Remember when my partner told you I'd recently suffered from an unusual medical episode? My lost badge is related to it.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
I could have eaten it for all I know. I don't remember anything. This world, this city, nothing. We're living the achievement, the world's most laughable centrist.
Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
How do I negotiate my way out of this?
Feelings will guide the way.
I need to know about this lynching. It's very important to me. It's the case
I
I'm
assure
solving.
you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming the situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible.
You have so much. I have only this, Petrahams. This is the entirety of my existence.
She's silent. The wind flaps the sail above her.
This boat, for example, and a home somewhere. I only have this case. This is the case that remember anything except this lynching, and there's only this coast and this lynching.
You know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have to give something back. More.
You're doing it. Despite your own best efforts, you're still getting in. Somehow.
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something tangible. The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbor. It's an open secret in Martinez. Surely it must not come as a complete... Or you can find your badge.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Jesus, for a moment, madam.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would.
How did you hope it would go?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman.
Really?
This
That was
woman
going
is
so well.
running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
He doesn't let it show. But there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
We could just find my badge.
That would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is 8x6 and you could request a new one from the station, but that would literally take months.
Sorry
I'm
for
sure
bringing
you
this
will,
situation.
detective.
I fucked up. You know what? I probably should have had the suggestion coat on instead of the -1 suggestion shirt. Oh, which thoughts have I acquired? Lonesome Way Home, volumetric shit compressor, some kind of superstar. These are the only ones that I have memorized, right? Internalized. I also have Aces High, rigorous self-critique from the sorry cop, Mazovian socioeconomics from being a communist, and white mourning. Kind of want Aces High. I should get another slot. Question is, do I want to be a communist, or do I want to be Kim's best friend? Obviously, I want to be Kim's best friend. No hobo cop for me. I'm a superstar cop.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
So you know something about the tattoos.
Better not tie the fourth day to the bat's day on this.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from
Okay.
it.
You seem smart. I need someone to give me a lowdown on this reality we're in.
This reality.
I have trouble remembering even the most basic terms of reality.
Ah, yes. The episode. Sounds like an acute case of encephalopathy, now that I think of it.
She puts down her thermocouple and looks at you.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only needs a lowdown on all of reality.
We may be here a while then.
Takes a
Sorry,
long sip of
officer.
tea.
I'll help however I can.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
Where are we?
We're in Martinez, baby.
Baby?
A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed.
I'm a disco holder myself!
Aren't we all?
What is Martinez?
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year.
Tell me more about Martinez.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders. As I told you, Martinez used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its part. Now the reeds are the real star of the show here. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets.
What sea is this?
It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean.
Are we near the ocean?
Yes. We're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Okay.
Vast, lukewarm, and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
What's the name of this island?
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed-over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the River Esperance. We're in the delta of this river, on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her and to humanity at large.
Okay. What's Revachol?
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city.
What kind of city is Revachol?
Great kind.
A great
As
kind.
if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriotism, a fact.
What makes Revachol great?
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Okay, who built this city?
The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed.
When was Revachol
In the
built?
DeLorean century. 380 years ago.
And why will it resolve
They
history?
say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men.
Why here?
We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is.
We're in an unimportant part of an important place.
I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about
She points across the water where the skyscrapers rise.
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Look to the sea.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
Say nothing. Observe the large body of water swelling.
She
Cold.
observes your eyes scanning the horizon, then breaks the silence, slowly. This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of reality. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
You're right. I'll continue later.
It's better not to eat all your candy at once.
Indeed.
So true.
I'm always at your service.
Elysium conducts SP. Coalition. Alright. That's all for
Glad to
now.
have been of assistance. The little that
Derealization. Something is wrong. You feel like a kid looking at stickers in the fridge. You almost see your hand reaching them, scratch the corners. One you must truly complete. Well, unfortunately, I do not have a slot anymore. Let's also go pay off my debt real quick. And I have to find my badge before I talk to her because I don't want Kim to hate me. I want to be a good boyfriend.
All around you, rain falls on the great city of Revachol. Rain drips from the eaves and floods the gutters, washing the filth away. The spring thaw must be here. The snow is melting.
What am I doing?
Looking up at the sky, cold water dripping from your hat.
What do I see?
Grey sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another. Rain falls down on the world.
How does it feel?
Your shirt sticks to your chest. The shoulders of your disco blazer grow heavy. The cold finds its way in under your skin. You shiver, and the city shivers with you. You're not dressed for this weather. You should get an overcoat or a patrol cloak.
What's in the west?
Sheets of rain over the water, a flight of stairs leading into the ocean. Wave after wave washing the coast of Martinaise, with its motorboats and gently swaying reeds. The ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet beyond the Bay of Revachol. Ghosts rise into the sky.
Who are you, ghosts?
The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial district. Faint golden light seeps from the office windows.
Ruins a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet.
Will you
I feel
ever
like
go
that's
there?
gonna be potent. Will I?
No, you are just one of the hundreds of thousands who watch them rise across the bay from Martinaise every day.
What's
Urban
down the shore?
coastline, rain dripping off Eternite-covered roofs, cinder blocks left over from half-finished construction, a defunct research and development building once seized by revolutionaries. An old wooden church stands on stilts above the water.
And beyond that,
Whole city, end of all lines.
run your fingers through your dampened hair.
Here is an oily mess flecked with ash from neighboring coal plants. Smokestacks rise somewhere in the distance.
What's in the east?
There's a fleet on the corner. A plastic coat is folded into a small triangle under the counter by the window. Beyond that, the strikebreakers have gathered. The great gates of the industrial harbor are locked. A chill runs down your back. You shudder like an animal trying to shake water from its hide.
Shake your shoulders again.
You shudder, looking down at your feet. Dirty rainwater runs veins into the plaza's snow. Two green snakeskin shoes stand at attention on the mosaic paving of the plaza.
What's in the north?
Capeside apartments. Tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46mm bullets still lodged in their war-torn stone walls. Hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain. Radios play.
Closer to here?
A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. Filthy water pools around a body. Droplets of rain slip from the dead man's cold cheeks.
What's in the south?
A traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down their windshields. The statue of a king shudders. He too is cold. The canal bridge has been raised.
What's on the other side?
The road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops, woodwork, and tar stretches northward. 4-story buildings as far as the rain can fall. The snows melt in Jamrock.
Where the hood, where the hood, where the hood
I have
at?
a brother in the cut. Where the hood at?
Why am I not there?
To be in Martinez, where no one goes, at the runoff point of a long-forgotten canal, in the whitest part of town, in the shadow of the day the revolution failed.
What am I doing here?
Standing in the rain, looking north, where Jamrock Rock City stretches inland.
Further.
In the rain-swept distance, above the rooftops of Jamrock, a repurposed silk mill stands perched above the motorway exit. Precinct 41 hunches in the rain. Your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stings your eyes, making you look up and blink.
What's below?
Collapsed storm drains, old sewage systems flooded with rainwater. Hidden weapon caches from the revolution. Doors leading down to Leroyam. The catacombs to which, for 3 centuries, they delivered the blue-blooded dead.
What's above?
Coalition-era statics hang like apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there, where rain forms, rotors flutter silently. Your sight clears.
Motherfucker.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. I'd recommend you put on your coat.
Oh shit! I need a copy of the sad song.
Can I help you?
So about the money I owe?
Yes. Have you got it?
I have.
Well,
Sorry about the trouble.
great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow. I'll unlock the electronic lock to your room. All the doors lock automatically at 9 p.m.
Oh.
Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
He opens his wallet.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
By the way, I'm gonna sing karaoke
Absolutely
here.
out of the question.
Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit.
What theme?
Best halls reserved for the Union.
Yes, not the whole damn Union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction.
He tosses his head in disdain.
They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info.
How do we find them?
We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even men on strike.
You glance at the clock on the wall behind the manager. Huh.
Was there something else? Because What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
Okay. Find out who's in the Union box. I need a sad song tape. What? I got 1 point of fascism? How? No! Run's ruined. So I guess these are timed ones. So I really need to find my badge. And I'm actually going to look this one up. I want to find out where I get the sad song. Oh, starting on day 3. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna assume a lot of the ones that are like, it may take a while. This might take some time. Like all of those ones probably mean locked until day 3. I probably answered something with not. I answered something with authoritarian rhetoric, I guess.
Hello again, sweetie.
I want to talk to her more. She makes me happy because she's nice. It would have been during the conversation with Joyce. At some point during that conversation with Joyce. Because I had zero points in fascism until then.
The rotting man lies on his
Consider he
side
said something
with his
racist.
eyes looking
No!
straight through you.
No, I'm a good
A
cop,
belt
I
is
swear!
still around his neck. His body is supine and open to intrusion by autopsy. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Tell me something, dead man.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
See, this is part of Inland Empire. I'm like talking to the dead body because of that. Which was it that killed you then? Love or communism?
Huh?
You said love killed you, but when you fell down, you said it was communism.
You're misquoting me, Rooney. I said communism killed me. Love did me in.
I see. This particular conversation is why I feel Inland Empire is like Malkavian runs in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Because I feel like this is real. This is the truth. And like if this was the second playthrough, I'd be like, oh my god, that makes so much sense. Or it's like, oh shit. Like that kind of thing.
Come back later, Corpo.
Try to remove the dead man's
I
boots.
thought we decided to leave it to processing. Let's not turn this into some kind.
Damn it. This is turning into some sort of mega puzzle.
Yes, I really love Inland Empires and Shivers too.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
Clap your gloved hands. Let's
There
get in
truly
there.
is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity. I'll
Alright.
ask you when I need you to. For the most part, maybe I should handle the contact and you take notes?
From the red field autopsy form in your
That's
ledger.
right.
Goodest of the good cop. Really get Kim to trust you. Hey, I guess I have a lot of trust points with Kim. Open your ledger at the field
The
autopsy, which
dead
is
man stares
funny,
in
'cause I thought he
silence
was not
as you
happy
crack
with me.
open the ledger.
but that makes
The
me
bright
feel
white
good.
paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with
Assistant.
That's you.
Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. We'll leave it
the
empty.
corpse lies there, indifferent to your retrograde amnesia. The next box says
Coroner's case number.
KK57 0803.0815.
How much have I entertained the coon? I don't know. I haven't talked to Kuno very much. No, I have talked to him. I don't know. I haven't. I still need to do the empathy roll.
Next, NA. Next,
Date of birth?
roughly 50.
the corpse looks ageless, like meat on a hook, teeming with opportunistic microorganisms, letting out a foul-smelling diamine compound. Your eyes turn watery.
Race.
mondial.
I also threw up trying to look at the corpse like 3 times. I had my volumetric shit compressor, everything. I had a 96% chance to not fail, and I failed.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Sex.
Fucky, fucky!
The little monster exclaims energetically.
Neil.
Pigs can have sex.
Right, fucky, fucky. Right, pig's gonna have sex. I have for Kim.
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
Date of death.
We're still going with March 4th, 51.
Right, 04, 31, 03,
What else?
51.
9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0815 listens motionless, with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only one box remains.
Evidence of treatment?
None. At least not after the initial examination.
What exactly is treatment?
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
Yeah, because I didn't shoot the corpse. Not so
A
sure.
silent nod. The lieutenant places his gloved hand on the corpse's chest, as if in preparation. Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then, somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row, Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair.
An obese
her silhouette
female!
bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead more than anything else. The building is tall, 7 stories wind-wrapped in solitude. Most of the apartments are unoccupied. This was a suicide, the other an accident, the small one. And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today, 42 stations of breath.
We should start the post-mortem.
On
The
the
corpse
page.
cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
External examination, summary.
12. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think. Let's see.
Turns the body onto its side and check the underwear label.
See, it's happening.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something.
The
more
red-haired
lurid.
thing. I love how it's just like Kuno-ass is just like a fucking little.
The rest
Monster.
of the clothes have been removed post-mortem by scavengers in order
She's
to
not
get to the
human.
victim's ceramic armor. Officers are in search of the missing pieces. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you are to keep them for yourself, as you ought to, you have deserved them more than anyone else.
When am I gonna get them?
Patience. After the autopsy, before the body is taken away, there will be a window of opportunity. After the lieutenant has gone to sleep. I hope this has helped.
Should I do this, Kimmy? Should I take these boots? I'm taking the boots.
The boot has a serial number. It's E50.100.100. 100. The lines between the plates are in the shape of the alphanumerical. The number is purposefully concealed by the design. Tattoos.
Stands up, feet planted on either side of the body.
The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigat Mini.
Write it
The
down.
deceased has a cargo lashing belt around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end.
Write it
Well
down.
nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age, about 50. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature below freezing.
Write
Body
it
hair is
down.
light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
Touch the corpse's hair before moving
The
on.
hair under your latex fingers feels cold to touch.
Stroke
Wet.
his hair. Gently.
The stench is suffocating. Strands of dark brown hair start sticking to the latex of the glove, like thread off a rag doll's head. There must be brilliantine in there. He's combed his hair back with oil.
Keep petting him.
More hair sticks to the glove. Hair off the rain-soaked head of a dead man. There are bumps and dips on the skull below. An alien landscape. There, dead man. You were someone's child.
There, baby.
It's all over now.
Write it down, adding the brilliantine.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs. Consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
You choosing a minute is why you didn't get this option. When I was writing down the serial number for the boots, it gave me the option to just lie and write a wrong serial number.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Consistent with predation.
Write down, but meant for high
You
velocity.
get your mark.
This hand produces a small folding knife with the other hand pulling open the belt. He starts cutting in the polyester. Stench is horrid. After a while, it's obvious the material cannot be kept.
Still wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
May I try?
It's no use. We should get chain cutters. You can try with them. I have a pair in the toolbox of my kinema. Damn corpse. We had a good rhythm going.
Lieutenant gets up and brushes his pants. It might be because I've already... Oh, did I not grab them? It might be because I've already reported the serial number, so I can't write it down. Alright, do we want derealization? I wish I knew what any of these actually gave me. Like, as, like, a result. That's the one thing I don't like. The inexplicable feminist agenda gives you +2 authority when talking to men. That's
Inside,
funny.
you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a metallic drawer, the handles. You can do good. It's robust. Lets you see the pull-out toolbox. Slides. rotting man, the lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Now that we have the chain cutters, let's cut the belt. Shows
Cut
you the
with
point
as much precision as you can, please.
where the belt cuts into flesh.
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
Look for a good spot to cut.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the east. The knot is the weak spot. The chain cutters fit in there, steady now, like a flower arranger. 2 cuts and it should come loose.
I swear to God, if I still fail this...
You jam the cutters right under the knot. That seems like a smart idea. Yeah, somewhere there. Already they're buried deep in the man's flesh. Then you rotate them to get a better hold. Then, the lieutenant looks by, somewhat worried as you summon power words to your aid. A really, really bad smell is coming from there now, and some...
Yeah, fuck him. Fuck that faggot. Corpse.
Told you my pig was hardcore.
I should have a go first. I think I have a strategy.
He sinks the cutters into the knot, preparing to perform the cuts, with his elbow to his knee for precision.
I'm so upset, dude. I'm so upset. Oh. It wouldn't matter, Clay. I rolled a double 1. Double 1 means no matter what, you always fail. Double 6 means no matter what, you always succeed. So I critically failed.
Yes, that's much better form than you had. Snap, the knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
Here.
Yancy the chain cutter's back, kneels close to the body, running his finger along the darker groove till he comes to a gap.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck, on the nape.
As it ought to. This is where its grip on the curdled meat is gentlest, pulling up.
Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact. Genitalia...
Pulls down the man's underpants.
No! It's gonna happen, see!
I fucking knew it.
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began. The lieutenant is trying to make it as boring as possible.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
Write it down and move
Back
on.
is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip.
Bullets have bitten little pieces out of him. It must have been excruciating, especially the hip. Before you is a temple of pain that knew little tenderness in life.
In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
This is the body of a soldier, a mercenary.
We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars. Last item, hands.
His flesh is cold, icy.
Pleased to meet you. Where are you from and what's your name? I'm only fucking with you. I know where you're from. From Cappadocia.
I'm from Cappadocia,
And your
of
name
course.
is Il Corbo. What can I do you for, Il Corbo de Cappadocia?
Pleasure's all mine. Tell me, are you a temple of pain and a stranger to tenderness?
You get me, Kobo. I feel like you were once, for tenderness and kisses yourself, but then shit went south and now you're ahead of even me on the pain front. We should do this more often. Be close like this, I mean.
I love Inland Empire.
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling.
Ruby expecting any.
I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment.
Write it down.
Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
Oh, that's interesting. They muffled his voice a little. Because he's muffling his voice, because he's looking away. Internal examination.
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
Noted. Man stinky.
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
May add the moral of the story.
What would that be?
He looks at you inquisitively.
The dead man looks, too, with barely contained excitement to hear the moral of his story.
The brain is very vulnerable to compromises in its blood supply.
I think that may well be the moral of every story, officer.
The lieutenant grins. All right,
Good.
NA.
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the
I probably
mouth.
didn't have enough points.
Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable. Respiratory system.
Back hunched as if in prayer, he begins to pry open the dead man's jaws. He stops to exert more force, both hands are used.
Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
Look inside the dead man's mouth.
No scream, no sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again, straight in that mouth of his. No, you don't. You can keep it in. You can keep anything in.
Look deeper.
You manage to suppress the contractions trying to enter your stomach. All it takes is concentration. Through it, you see nothing but darkness. More meat and darkness.
There are ancient mysteries down there, Kobo. Ask me later.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus.
Let's go. The jaws must snap shut before you. Write it down.
Hepatobiliary. NA.
Don't we have anything?
Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
I don't think so.
Neither am I.
That's it? Right,
Same
NA.
for toxicology and serology. NA. Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging. Gastrointestinal.
He breathes a sigh of approaching relief. This is the last field on the list. Looks down to the ground, the pool of feces there.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
This is the corpse bloated, lower abdomen briefly. Write it down, omit the voila.
What's next on the list?
Description of injuries. Summary.
Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
What were the injuries we inflicted?
Oh, so we inflicted them?
Okay, I have inflicted.
Okay, so there's an incision on the thorax from a chain cutter. I wouldn't mention it. Better not to muddy the waters.
I agree, the waters are muddy now.
See? These pigs are fucking corrupt.
The boy nods approvingly.
Why don't you fuck him if you love him so much?
Now, injuries.
Bite marks.
Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted.
Write it down.
Your opinion, officer?
Non-fatal. Postmortem.
Agreed. Next injury?
What's the 4th injury field for?
Nothing. Just in case.
Contusions.
So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury. A stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Write it down.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man.
Non-fatal.
Beneath the description of injury. 2 boxes.
Postmortem.
Right. Next.
Ligature
Dark
mark.
red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck. with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible.
So, he never struggled. And unless it was a suicide, he would have struggled if he was still alive when hung. I don't think this is a post-mortem injury.
He is deep in thought, eyes fixed on the bright red ring around the dead man's neck.
Why do you say that?
I'm serious. I don't think this is the injury that killed him.
Why don't you think it was fatal?
Why weren't his hands tied? A big man like this, I would tie his hands when marching him to the gallows.
Honestly, I'm not sure there weren't marks on his wrist. That part got blurry for me. The stench. But you are right, I was ready to call this. Now I think we should leave it empty, at least for the time being. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
How did it go?
It was an irregular field autopsy. We did not establish cause of death, which is supposed to be the goal of an autopsy. But, personally, I do not see this as a parameter for success.
What else?
We were thorough with the list of injuries, too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy.
Oh yeah, well done, Master Detective. Maybe a drink is in order?
No, we are staying sober.
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg for processing.
Send victim's body to processing.
He's thinking, did I miss something? You tilt your head, also looking at the corpse. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath. You run your hands over the victim's cold body, his lip.
I was muted. I want this. I could put a point to perception right now. No, I can't. Not yet. Do I have clothes that help my perception? No. Put your glasses on. Nothing will go wrong.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
Yes, my hostel room
pick up
calls.
where we left off tomorrow morning.
So I guess if we do this, I can leave and steal the boots. I'll join him on the balcony for a late night debrief.
Yes?
Ah, but you see, once you start procrastinating, you never
The door
stop.
is closed. Still no answer. This is the door to the room you redecorate.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM?
I didn't know you smoked,
I
Kim.
have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
How did you get so cool, Kim?
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
He flicks the ash.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit. Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man relishes his cool quite a bit, below it all.
Right then, the debrief.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day.
How do you think today went?
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it. I would say our initial inspection was very thorough, and we have solid leads to follow up on. Then you shot the body down, which was quite a shot.
I was inspired by your confidence in me, Kim.
I admit I wasn't sure whether I should give you the gun, but I'm glad I did. Your shot enabled us to perform a field autopsy on the victim. We found some things we can really work with. I still feel like we are missing something, and there's still work to do at the crime scene too.
He's right. You could smell it. That something is missing.
The ape
Even
Titan,
under the
that guy. Is that an
overpowering
Attack on Titan reference?
Now, as for interviews, my list of people to talk to here in Martinez, I mean.
Unlike most cops, I understand how important communication is in our line of work.
I'm glad we can agree on that, at least. We weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him. So that's on the to-do list for tomorrow. We talked to Joyce Messier, but didn't get any information from her. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
I don't know why I do the things I do, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
He looks at your snakeskin shoes and smiles suddenly.
Thank you for the compliment. We could manage it even in wooden clogs.
He's complimenting me.
In this body.
Guys, I think we're in.
God knows why.
I think we're in. What are our powers exactly? The RCM.
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Rebachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
Wouldn't that be an easy power to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
Why not more?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Rebachol.
What else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station call slip. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
How can you be sure that our arrestee will show
You
up?
can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
And if someone resists?
As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power.
So if I kill someone while on
You have
duty?
to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
What happens to the people we convict?
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
He taps on his coat pocket where he keeps his notes. Who makes all these rules? The coalition government?
Yes, the international community's mission in Revachol, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did.
It's at 6:30
Now we attempt
already?
to maintain
Jesus.
that order. No more, no less.
When did I start stream? 5. Okay, yeah, that makes. His gaze is absently fixed on a window below. It just went
Or
dark.
perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
I say it was the citizens.
Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
Eventually your neck will feel better. That's a mood. Moral intern, what is
The
it?
Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
I didn't know. How would you describe
They're
them?
a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the
The
world.
ICP and the EPIS. ICP-PIS.
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
It's their symbol.
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something ominous. Something even a little feminine. But in a strict manner.
Was
A
Dolores Day.
historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
For you, she is something painful. Though it's hard to say why.
What do you think
The
of
moral
them?
intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
You like the moral intern?
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all that bad.
That's another leitmotif associated with moralism.
But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me.
I have an opinion!
Do you?
An awful job here. This isn't humanism. We're stooges of the world's biggest bourgeoisie organization protecting bourgeoisie rights. Immigrants, liberal kids, fucking men are turning into women. That's a fascism. I don't have an opinion. Forget about it. Things are bad out there. There's no money in this place. This isn't humanism.
We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes.
He sounds bad.
Sadly, it is what we already are to the people of Martinez. Most of them, at least, especially the Union. Vigilantes. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
The lights of the orphan district are reflected in his glasses. The red and golden orbs of the motorway sliding like
Batman
pearls
is
on a string
epic.
from east to west as
Batman.
Revachol commutes back to the
2006.
suburbs. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Monday is over. The dying lights of the
Like
city
2013,
shimmer below.
probably.
Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
Pulls on the cigarette. Why are they like
It's
this?
our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you, this place is an orphan, fallen between the cracks.
And in Jamrock and the GRIH?
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land.
He looks towards the dark. He looks at the dark silhouette of the equestrian monument cutting into the night sky.
It's incredibly hard. Human beings are...
Shakes
we
his
are
head.
in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
Well, for investigation, we'll at least do some good here.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
Thank you for this.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Puts out the stub of his cigarette and looks to the door. Perception! See you in the morning. Alright, let's go steal the boots! Union paraphernalia, strike post and some red pennants. Why can't I save the game?
The man is decomposing visibly now.
Kuno likes this brain shit. Thinking shit.
Fuck does Kuno care?
What's going on? Is an ungovernable youth on your crime scene, throwing around incendiary language, trying to push your buttons.
Fuck no!
Kuno, they've almost made you a snitch now.
Ease off, see? Kuno always takes the bullet over the hammer. Kuno doesn't...
I want to know why it's not showing me anything. Is it like, as soon as you separate with... No, because see, I can't save. I still can't save. Why am I unable to save my video game? Nothing on the front page rings a bell. Strange. Okay, now I can save my video game.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Okay, so now I have a 42% chance.
Kuno doesn't...
if I had known what it was, I wouldn't have taken it. Right? Like
The man
chance.
is decomposing. The body is reluctant to let. You're going to need to summon all your strength for this undertaking.
Wow. Kuno's little sneak pig's back for the booty.
Yeah, fuck it to pieces for us, liar cop.
On the right
It's not
boot.
completely useless. You're able to reveal a little more of the putrid polymer sock beneath the boot.
On the
It
left
feels
boot.
like the leg is going to come off along with the boot. But you're just relax. This is... See? The corpse doesn't care if you try to take his boots. He doesn't need them. He's probably glad to get rid of them.
Pick up the body and try to shake
It's
the boots
heavier
off.
than you'd think. You're forced to drop it. Damn, you're out of shape. In your defense, the corpse was quite slippery.
Try to twist the boots off one
This
by
is
one.
the right method. It takes some time, But eventually, the boots come off, with nasty slices of polymer sock stuck to even bigger pieces of skin and rotting flesh.
Look, he's skinning the fucker up good. Puko style.
Hell, keep at it, pig.
Take stock of the
The
damage.
legs look like they've been clawed at by wild animals. As for the boots, you can't possibly do anything with them until you've cleaned and disinfected them thoroughly. Yes, these absolutely need to be washed before. Didn't the Whirling have a kitchen? These boots were probably left on the corpse because they were impossible to pull off while it was hanging. Hopefully soon you'll know more about them.
Will I ever be able to wear
The
them?
size seems about right. Once you get the foul-smelling flesh gunk out,
You're saying we're walking in
you've
another
seen
man's
too
shoes.
much to be that naive, even if you don't remember it.
We're just gonna start walking around with them in front of Kim. It wasn't that tricky.
This industrial gas-powered stove has been used to prepare food for many hungry hostel guests. There are several pots and pans on hand.
There, the cleaning
There is
supplies.
a variety of soaps and bleaches in the cabinet to the left of the stove. There is also a bottle of white vinegar in the cabinet next to the fridge. This is gonna take the hard stuff too. Use as much as you can. The delicious smells of cheap soap and vinegar. All right now, chef. Light up the stove and boil them.
Add water and the boots to the pot. Bring to a
The
nice boil.
strong smell of vinegar forces you to step away from the pot. Strips of polymer fabric and human tissue separate from the lining of the boots. They float to the bubbling surface. The boots look cleaner and cleaner. Those bits of human flesh are just like beef stew. That's it, chef. The boots are as clean as they're going to get. Steam, dense with the smell of strange meat, disappears into the vent above the stove. A pair of real beauties. The boots are shiny, hot, and reek of vinegar. Just perfect. Aces high.
Aces high, baby!
For the rest of the world, the aces high is just a cool Revachol thing. Politically neutral. In Revachol, it still holds revolutionary connotations. Also, have you looked at Lieutenant Kitsuragi's clothes? He wears a bomber jacket, just like the ones worn by aerostatic brigades, and those cargo pants could store tools for hotfixing your aerostatic. Maybe you should ask him about this.
Boots +1 empathy towards Kim Kitsuragi, +1. Okay. So I could do rigorous self-critique, Mazovian socioeconomics, white mourning, derealization. -1 composure, +2 authority. Oh, it'd actually be -2. Because I get +1 composure from my gear. So it would be down 2 instead of down 1.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery.
Touch!
The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel door is flush with its frame on every side. Old cobalt paint, rough on the fingers. 40, 50 years since this was painted, maybe. The door does not budge.
I'll be back.
The door stands silent, unmoved by your words.
You save. Probably head to sleep. It's very close to midnight. Should have sent a poet.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure.
Actually, hold on. I'm gonna undo that. Not because I failed it, but because I wasted a morale healing. Because I know I will regenerate morale when I sleep. So I'm gonna do it again, but not reload if I fail.
In it, the chain
Not
cutters
heal it.
slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. The bed is cold and not particularly inviting.
This is a
But
bed?
it's yours. The sheets look awful.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
I'm EP.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep doesn't come.
Why?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Second
Its
pillow.
synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. Smells of alcohol and sweat and grease. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily.
The cock carousel?
It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
Who killed him?
Something to do with... What was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves. Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Hi, it's me. Hanging on a disco ball.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
I remember nothing.
Do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
I was left.
That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
I can get it all back.
No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back.
I can't get it all back.
You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium.
What is Elysium?
Everything. The pale and the useless. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
I've talked to you before.
No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do. Even in your dreams.
Looks like Revolver Ocelot
And
in
the
this
act
image.
is wearing thin. The spots of the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time, sweating up the bed. Stinky boy.
I can come back
You're
from
not
this.
coming back from shit, thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
I'm trying to solve this case.
You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
Oh god, there's another type?
Oh yes, party boy. And it's worse than the one before.
I'm not a party boy. I
Just
haven't done
think of the
partying
shit
since I
you
lost my
saw.
memory.
Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
I love the sing-song voice. I love the voices. They're so good. And that's why I reloaded. It wasted my fucking singular magnesium.
Good going, buddy.
They think they own the place.
Just a moment.
The old woman turns back to the cafeteria manager.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her blanket.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
Cafeteria manager appears genuinely apologetic.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway.
Turns back to you with a
I'm
weary
glad
smile.
to see you again, dear.
Good day, ma'am. Everything all right?
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
What's wrong with the phone line?
The manager was vague about it.
She frowns.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into later. Ask
Why'd
God.
you need to use the phone anyway?
To let the young woman who's house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
Has your husband gone missing before?
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully.
A cold breeze hisses through dense thickets of reeds. Something sweet in it, somnolent. A damp chill goes down your spine. When you look around, you're still in the whirling in rags.
But you have more important things to worry about.
What is this expedition your husband was on?
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the waterlock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back.
The waterlock, that was broken. Could this be it?
This is Gary person.
Oh,
You trust him?
sweetie. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day.
The waterlock to the other side of the coast is broken. They're probably just stuck over
Oh
there.
my. What happened to the waterlock?
Probably just some technical
Well,
problem.
Whatever the cause, I'm
Definitely wasn't
thankful
me drunk
to
at
both
night
of
crashing
you.
my car.
You've spared me another sleepless night.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect. Yes, some left-field scientific research is exactly what you need right now. Funk up that vanilla murder investigation.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the
Is
waterlock's
that
been
foreshadowing?
repaired. And it's cold out there.
If you see him, I'll let him know you're here. When or if I get there.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
Some kind of scientist?
Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
What is cryptozoology?
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
The lieutenant sounds unimpressed.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they still affect her.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology. One specializing
Sheesh,
in
Kim.
animal species that are so exceedingly
Bloody
rare
Dogecoin, no.
that many assume
Back,
them to be
Elon Musk,
extinct
back!
or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
Tell me more about this morale, looks, character, your relationship.
Oh dear, I'm not sure where to begin.
What does he look like?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his
Laughs
eyes
an
are
evil
always
king.
bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
We're trying to meet him on the street. What do I look for?
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case.
How long have you been married?
We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
How'd the two of you meet?
Via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I
Don't be
was
ashamed.
looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident, and he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I think you have all the information I need. Let's move
I
on.
hope I've been useful.
Tell me more about this rare insect your
Oh,
husband is
sweetie,
looking
it's
for.
fascinating, but I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
No, I want to hear about the insect.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but
Oh, yeah. Here comes the interesting.
where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the insular Indian coast.
Phasmid. Stick bugs. Okay. A living reed.
Hence its name, the insular Indian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
She looks you in the eye and nods
There's
thoughtfully.
a touch of awe in the way she enunciated the creature's name.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all.
What makes you think the phasmid is around
Well,
here?
some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping.
The newspaper clipping is all the
Of
evidence you
course,
have.
most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the insular Indian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face.
You seem
Her
really
eyes
excited about this
sparkle
cryptid.
behind her glasses.
I suppose I have something of a personal connection to the insular Indian phasmid. All scientists have their little hobby horses.
Is it dangerous?
Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
Does it have cool powers?
Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years, centuries even.
Why is it valuable?
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie.
What's so special about it, then?
Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
That's all for now, ma'am. Alright. What's the gardener
Let
doing
me
here?
handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome.
Want to know more about this place before I check it out? That's
Yes,
normal.
Extremely normal. I'm not a gardener, by the way. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union.
She crosses her
So
arms.
let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? That's Titus. Talk to him.
I wasn't
Let's
looking for
know
him at
this.
all.
I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
What if I want to talk to you, not
What
Titus?
you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
What's your role in
Like
all
I
this?
already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems?
What are you gonna do to me?
What are we going to do to you? The union isn't going to do anything to you. It is,
Goddamn right it is.
if anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But with that aggressive, you make your living enforcing violence.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguard.
Fuck yeah.
Tall, broad-shouldered man taking a sip of his beer.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders.
Like that. Good start. Let's take it a step further. Armed uprising. What are the union's plans? This financial buffer and any emotional privatization is not unlawful. It's cool and funny. Maybe we're just not historic individuals. They're strong, unlike you socialists.
Look, a comedian. Do your job. Ask your questions.
Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist revolutionary.
She doesn't know that I was serious. Alright, now surely nothing bad will
The
have
man
happened.
is decomposing. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Damn
You
it.
run your hands over the victim's cold
Okay,
body.
I'll come back to that later. I need more perception. I want to make that one. So we've got a good one.
Yes? Hello?
Who are you?
Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much.
You
Looking
doing?
for something to read.
Good, good.
It is.
Hi. No need to disturb her. Let her read her book. Yellow plastic bag. I'm gonna look up the bonuses I get from these. Disco Elysium. White Morning. Increased zoom out distance. Increased learning caps. Rigorous self-critique. Red check failures heal. Okay. Azovian socioeconomics. -1 authority, -1 visual calculus. Left doing dialogue options give +4 EXP. Oh. And derealization. +1 EXP for every orb clicked. Alt int learning caps raised by 1. Okay. Those are both. There's some good ones in there.
sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked. The door rattles against your knuckles. The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside.
Hold on, who am I speaking to?
Doesn't matter who I am. Now go on, get out of here.
From within comes the faint sound of a broom sweeping across the concrete floor.
FBI, open up!
The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here.
Please let me inside, it's cold out here.
No. Go check the backyard door.
Backyard door? There must be another entrance to the east.
Alright then.
Just an ordinary wall.
Oh, it's you. On the other side now.
Trying to sneak up on me. Come to slit my throat in my sleep. Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out.
Are you sleeping right now?
Don't get fucking clever with me, pig. You think you're so clever.
She hisses. Dumb kid. Let's go, magnesium. Always love to have you. -1 plus reaction speed, minus rhetoric. It's funny how many healing items I have, even though I've never lost health.
There must be another way into the building.
Hello? Kim? What the fuck was that? Are you okay?
Yes?
What?
Can't get involved in this.
Like how someone drew penis.
Trying to sneak up on...
Okay. So there's nothing here. Not yet, at least.
A sturdy metal door.
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
There is no reply. Just
Well, we tried.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I
She
were
puts
born
her finger to
after
her lips,
the
then
dust
points
had
at you.
settled. A thousandth of a second too late. For the big time.
Her eyes light up. There's a flash of teeth.
The smile of a predator. No doubt what she's got in mind.
You got a predatory streak.
All men are predators, dear. Nothing much to be done about that. It's all a matter of where you get to file your teeth.
What's the big time?
The revolution.
And what is this revolution I keep hearing
It's
about?
quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Got shot in the head.
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head. Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
The communists and the anarchists shoot back?
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Truly a kerfuffle.
It was a kerfuffle, all right.
Yes. The Insulindian deluge, they call it.
I had a deluge too, in my head. Point to your little head.
Yes. An acute thiamine deficiency can be exacerbated by alcoholism. Exacerbated means made worse.
Thank you for explaining big word. Anyone else get shot in the head on the opposing side?
Lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
Cowardly king.
I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing, so he got out alive, and his nephew Fricelle got shot in his place. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time.
Huh. Got the mineral rights.
The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
Okay, and by liberals, you mean?
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well.
How did the liberals win it all?
They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
Fucking lib. Everyone got shot? Who was there to surrender
The
to?
foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
Wait, you just said the liberals took everything.
The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
Where are the coalition?
The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause.
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government.
The rulers of Revachol, and also the world. These guys are strong.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
I don't think I'm a moralist, ma'am.
Of course. Not easy to be moderate about head shooting in your line of work.
When was this kerfuffle?
The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
Started it.
It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Marzolf came along and overthrew the government.
What did this Zarat do?
It made people overthrow their governments.
Wow, really?
Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
Where did it spread from there?
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Marzolf's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end. Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar.
Our lives are not the
No
same.
doubt. but we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think.
What is the zone of control?
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the Citizens' Militia.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Elfboy Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
The Zone of Control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the Suzerain and the Commune.
That happened in the rest of the world.
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication, telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
It's been like this for how long exactly?
43 years. Hard to fathom, I know.
What are we doing all that
The
time?
20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell.
And after that?
The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
Were they?
No. It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash, an Isla-wide hangover, you might say. And here we are. Welcome to reality, baby.
What would you have done differently?
Good question. What would you have done differently?
I asked you. Who are you in all this?
And I asked you, past less detective of the Citizens' Militia, what
Here's some wisdom, lady. Say the death thing. A cold creeps up your spine, reaching its tendrils up your neck, toward the back of your head.
So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein, unlife, with the technology 50 years ago?
With some hygiene, monosocial care, and perhaps a little research program.
The wind stops, and for a moment, there's silence. The charge dissipates into the dark water. All is quiet on the Martinez inlet. A dog barks. A gunshot echoes off the walls of some distant building. A woman's voice.
There is peace in the heart.
Good hygiene. Really. A very moderate solution to an extreme problem. It's those sort of half measures that doomed the authorities in Grad. When they failed to step up, Marzov and his party stepped in. In this particular case, maybe a more robust state response might have been appropriate.
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position of the RCM.
And what is your official position, Lieutenant?
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old. That's my position. The abattoir.
Understandable. They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sent.
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
What is acute encephalopathy?
It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia. It's quite serious.
She conveys it in short, cold bursts, trying not to invest too deeply in the condition of this doomed detective. In case he goes down later, souring the entire portfolio.
It's not just me, Detective. All of Martinez has placed its chips on your... Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
It's definitely the
She
drinking.
nods slowly. What this boils down to is, this reality thing is stupid. Blow this joint, grab a bottle, and drain that shit right down your throat.
Wipe that urge from my mind.
She stares at you, head tilted to the side. She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
What are you?
I am the vilest of the vile. A
She
traitor,
says with a sudden flash
a
of
devourer
teeth.
of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
An ultra-liberal!
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine. It's sharp.
Dios mio! Draw across a liberal!
Yes. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. I pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. My kind surrendered the nation to financial colonists.
Alright, hold on, I'm gonna screenshot this. Post that in memes. Dios mio. There we go.
I can see you thought we'd gone extinct. After all, no sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You're a centrist at heart. A real moralist, no? Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you find me frightening?
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
I forgive you, but only because you're charming.
That's a pity. I hope we can remain collegial despite it. Remember, we were partners, whether you like to admit it or not. There's blood on many hands. When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
You have done something differently.
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery.
While a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the rebuilt east, light drizzle washing it clean, lights go up and motor carriages circulate the tracks.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched. She loosens them.
Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isola down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
You have daughters?
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality? Glad
Good
to
for
have been
now.
a visit.
There will always be time to return. I think we gotta go more perception. I do really like shivers though. Well, all that's left is to try and talk to the union boss, I guess. Kim, please get out of my way. Kim, please. I wish wish I knew how much tear I had. Oh, 22 bottles. So that's $2.20. I am gonna save scum this.
The lieutenant adjusts
I want
his
this.
glasses and takes a deep breath. Your arm
Never
reaches
mind.
out and your eyes close, as if by their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, dead flesh through the latex glove. It's right under the palm of your hand.
What is this?
His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a rubber spider, your gloved hand crawls on his features. Everything is silent, all around.
Your fingers in his mouth.
The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop. You're on the right track.
This feels right.
The tongue moves freely in the cavity. The mucus of the mouth is slippery, fragile, even through the latex. From the soft meat, teeth are budding. Hard pearls of bone in the gums and in the back of the mouth. Can you feel it? You're so close. Rip his jaws open now. Look in. A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from his throat. And there, in the back of his mouth, above the bell of the uvula, right in the soft palate, you see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen.
A hole?
Shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius, the edges appear darkened.
Fuck yeah.
Keep going.
Kuno nods, too. He takes a step closer.
Touch it with your finger, gently.
A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound.
Put your finger in.
Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth, right into his brainstem.
The fuck is happening?
Ah, shit, see?
Brainstem.
Yes, that's what this part is called. You've seen the drawings. You've studied them.
Feel around
The basal
first.
ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex. This man will never sleep again. Never wake. The funk soul brother at the back of his head has gone dark. Forever. Your yellow fingers slide into the remains of the limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres.
Cavity, cut right between the
The
hemispheres.
lieutenant answers with the sound of his pen on paper.
Fucking cavity, see?
Kuno's voice is hushed.
Quivering with awe.
Push deeper.
Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow. All the muscles in your body harden. Time to enter him.
Punch a hole through
The
his mouth.
cartilage is in with a crack,
Oh!
like some fruit. Just like that, your hand is in his head. Strange fluid streams down your wrist, and then you feel it with the tip of your finger. Ice-cold serrated metal. Its edges cut right through the latex and into your finger. The pain is barely noticeable under the adrenaline rush.
Solid object right
Can
under the
you-
skull.
Can you get to it?
Inspect the skull first.
There's a tiny crack, a protrusion in the cranium, right in the back of his head. Your finger must be pointing straight at it. From the inside, The object that is in there stops just short of the skull, in the encephalus, knocking this tiny fracture into the cranium.
We have the makings of a very small exit wound here.
The lieutenant leans closer.
Forget about the fucking exit wound, Beano. The pig is wearing him like a fuck puppet.
As long as I don't critically fail. Thank Christ.
You pick the object between your index and middle finger. Feels sharp, like metal. You press your teeth together. Your jaw is clenched. All you need to do is just...
I got it.
My pig's fucking got it?
What? What is it?
Pull your
The
fingers out.
inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like a glove. Sweat dripping down your brow. Careful not to lose the prize between your fingers. With a plop, your hand emerges from the mouth. The garden glove is covered in blood right up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower. A blossom made of lead.
Fucking beautiful.
A bullet.
Drop it in.
The bullet falls in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says,
A non-calibre. Rifled. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact.
And I have it.
Of course. You deserve it.
Then it drops the bag in your hand. It feels
We
light.
need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion collar. Soft palate, back of mouth. High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. How
Sounds
does
about
that sound?
right.
Opinion, fatal injury.
Goddamn right.
And one last thing. We can now fill in injury number 3. Ligament mark. Opinion non-fatal. Post-mortem. Treatment.
He's proposing the bullet was the real cause of death, and the hanging an attempt to conceal this fact.
The fracture tied a boy and it was all treatment.
Yes, and the belt around his neck. The hanging. Even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already dead.
Agreed. Dead. Dabba doo doo.
Deadity dead dead.
I love you, Kim.
I have had my doubts for a while now. Since I saw there were no signs of
Exactly, no struggle.
And no claw marks on his neck.
Nothing on his neck or
There have
hands.
been other signs too. Small things. We were right not to assign hanging as cause of death, as the perpetrators expected we would. No such luck for them.
We didn't fall for it, he thinks. There's pride in there.
Who would do
That's
this?
for us to find out. But this, it will make finding them just a little easier.
Bullet holds more answers.
We should take a closer look at it. I am certain it has more to tell us.
God, I'm so
This little
good at
thing could
detective
reveal much
games.
about the weapon that shot it.
How would anyone
To
do
hide
this?
something. The real killer? The real motivation? What really happened here?
I think I need to wash myself.
You really, really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rags should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening.
What happens next?
We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day.
What should I do in the meanwhile?
Work on the case. Tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in a neighborhood like this. I'll leave that choice to you. And one more thing. Great work, detective.
After you bag the corpse, Lieutenant Kitsuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You can do side tasks and even the main case, but it might be more difficult. Plan his exit accordingly.
Alright, not yet. Not quite yet.
The bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp. Kim has filled out the label on the bag with the item number, case number, and date and location the bullet was found. Beside his orderly handwriting, the bullet looks especially sad, like a tiny, shriveled head of cauliflower.
What do I do with you,
What?
Bullet? Said, what do I do with you,
Well,
Bullet?
if I was the bullet, which I'm not, I would say find the weapon that shot me.
Good idea.
If we find who owns it, we will have likely found who used it, possibly to kill our victim. In conclusion, the more we know about this bullet of yours, the better.
The squashed bullet has some sharp edges where the jacket has split open. It feels cold, even through the bag. The jacket of the bullet is made of a yellowish metal. It has blossomed out to reveal a dark grey core. The base of the bullet is close to 5 millimeters in
5
diameter.
millimeter bullet.
You
The
can
jacket?
just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hairlines, linear. It feels standard. It's
4.
quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are still lodged in the wound.
What can you say about the bullet so far?
5 millimeter in
A
diameter.
jacketed bullet. Okay. It would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, not from a muzzleloader like those typically found on the streets of Martinez.
We were right. This came from a serious weapon.
Even the RCM uses ordinary unjacketed conical bullets. This is strange. Very strange. I like this, officer. Strange means unique. Unique means incriminating.
Ooh, I want to play Shadows of Doubt again.
Something tells you that won't be anytime soon. This'll have to be one of those epic tasks that's open for a while.
It's a white check. I can always retry. Let's go.
You can't remember what happened last week. What makes you think you're going to remember arcane firearm models?
Alright. Wash off the smell of death. Well, what if I simply leveled up again? Huh? What are you going to do? And then equipped anything that helps me there. Just nothing.
The bullet is still safely sealed away.
No, not yet. I will come back to you later. When I have clothing that can help me. Right now, we've got a phone call to make.
In the morning light, the white on blue police livery on the motor carriage cannot but catch your eye.
Do something important.
Something murder related. There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery. Even at a standstill, the unibody Caprice Kanema looks sleek and dynamic. The cabin is tilted frontward to give it a more aggressive, hunched look. Someone has waxed it recently.
I don't like your machine. Point to the vehicle. Very cool.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look?
What's it packing there?
130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
7-liter V12.
7.2. Supercharged.
Try to suppress a smug smile. Unsuccessfully.
Saying these words brings him immense joy.
I'm happy.
Yes. An extraordinary machine.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up. Slam it down.
You need to slam it, King.
Sorry, I'm not following you.
Lingo it up.
Drop the ride, 200 mil. Get the camber up to frosty minuses.
No, that's porno tuning.
Use bigger words.
It needs a massive aero kit, gargantuan roof-mounted.
That's short for pornography.
The sole purpose of pornography is to stimulate one's visual sense to evoke sexual arousal. The same is true with the modifications you're proposing.
So, what's wrong with pornography?
That's a negative on the porno. Thank you, though.
Okay, let's move. What's wrong with pornography?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out tool.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Yes. The armor was produced by Fairweather in their facilities in Bétancourt, sur la Clé in 42. It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of Oranese pharmaceutical companies in the Seminine conflict. So, it seems the armor went to Seminine, That's where the paper trail ends, though. Even the firm has proven difficult to track. Corps de Pharmacie has been renamed several times over in the years since the armor was issued.
Renamed several times over the years since it was issued. Do you know what's called now?
The most recently registered firm that the ICP has been able to connect to the CDP is a military contractor called Crenel, and the one before it was Downwell. I think they might be the same contractor.
Military contractor called Crenel Downwell.
Armor like this isn't mass-produced. It would have probably been fitted. Perhaps there's a record of who signed for this particular suit of armor.
Does the firm continue to work for pharmaceutical companies through all these name changes?
Hard to say. Their client list is rather diverse and incomplete. The only constant seems to be that the mercenaries are always deployed in third and fourth world countries.
A suit of armor like this would have been customized to fit the wearer. There must be a record of the person to whom it was issued.
Yes, but the ICP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records. I could try to talk them into it, though.
This is a fun challenge for her. An opportunity to contribute beyond doing her job by rote. She'll gladly put in the extra effort for Team RCM.
Yes, thank you, officer. I really appreciate your efforts in this case.
Glad to help. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully I'll have more for you then.
Understood.
57th, over and...
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers. A radio. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch labeled heat.
Now, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They're also fragile. I'm not going to turn it on for you again.
Don't worry. I wouldn't ask you.
The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm.
Close the machine. The machine, the door. Okay, call her back in a day. $20 real to pay for your room, or be locked. I don't have a free place to stay. I have to do this every night. You get $20 to sleep. Or find somewhere else. Replace my track on my badge. Take a while. The tattoos. Check down the gun.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
Nothing much, my man.
Right to work!
Right.
The tear machine stands in the corner. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying...
Okay, so I keep the plastic bag.
Yes?
She's on the roof. How do I get to the roof?
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those.
The phone line
yes,
is dead.
And the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers.
That's pretty strange.
Not strange, it's inconvenient.
A
Who
foul
told you
play.
that?
Would be dishonorable.
Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of assholes around here who aren't murderers. If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know so I can forward them the repair bill.
There's a mysterious blue steel door in the back of the kitchen.
Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
Do you know what's behind it?
No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
I think you'd like to know what's back there.
Okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door. So I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
Okay.
Yes?
Don't have the money yet.
You see a heavy...
Only I had a pry bar.
You see a heavy steel... The door does not...
Never mind. How do I get up onto the... Oh.
The door is still. The lieutenant gives... He doesn't like where this is. You should punch a fucking hole in it. The murmur in your ears recedes slowly.
Yeah, that's why I was worried about that. The incel rage is bubbling. Okay, so...
Necromancer pig? That shit was dark.
Necromancer
Going in
pig?
there like that. Oh, brutal shit. Tell me, Kuno dies. You're gonna pick one out of his brain like that too? Kuno's gonna go out in a hail of bullets. Gonna look like a fucking porcupine.
Porta Rosa, a side alley of the Boogie Street Spearhead. A young man in his early 20s approaches patrol officer Emile Mullins and asks for a cigarette. As Officer Mullins reaches in his coat pocket for the pack of Astra he just purchased this morning, the man shoots him point blank in his chest. Breathless, the patrol officer collapses in the gutter. His right hand is grabbing the armor on his chest. The bullet didn't pierce it, but he can't breathe. On the pavement, the patter of the perpetrator's feet growing distant. Bleed, pig. Someone opens a window and says, but Emile cannot see who. His sight grows dim with pain.
I'll be there for you, Kuno.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't possibly fuck this up.
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno S. Kuno S is by far the worst of the two. Kuno has no problem being near you, but the other hides behind the fence, afraid for her life, like she's done something very bad. Also, Kuno hasn't stopped talking to you, even enjoys it from time to time. When you talk to the other one, it's like talking to a cornered animal. She only hisses. All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you whispering about? If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
With her, she's terrifying, crazy, scary.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane, dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs.
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you! You're gonna get us into shit!
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell ya? Kuno told ya. Kuno talks to whoever he wants. Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
Just down
He
again.
did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips.
Kuno means she killed someone. That's right. She's a killer. Like, actually a killer.
His little green eyes are fixed on yours.
Are you getting this? You think I'm fucking telling you a joke here? How hard do you think it is to kill a fat ass? Sweet talk him, then knife him. She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has.
How many cops has she killed then?
Forget Kuno said that. Kuno was just shitting. Kuno was just running his mouth. Kuno's stupid like...
The creature peers at you both from over the fence. Fear.
Think she has anything to do with the dead man?
She would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno.
Where were you?
Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
He speaks the truth, my liege.
What's the language she uses?
Fuck knows. She says it's the song of her people or some shit. Crazy people. The fucking Nakis. I don't know.
Some things are too awful to dwell on. The Nakis and Runkaris might be some kind of defense mechanism.
That she's insane.
She's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burning shit. She does the real deal.
Whoa.
Yeah.
He watches it sink in.
Snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know.
She your sister?
Fuck no, she's not my sister. She's just a stray who got in. Like a mad dog or some shit.
Stray?
Yeah, she was just there.
Points to the apartment building behind the fence.
What was that, Kuno?
Little one twists her neck looking at the building.
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark.
How is she dripping wet?
Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for 3 days, in the corner, every time Kuno went out.
Said she got in
I don't
how?
know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home, and she's sleeping under the desk, under the pile of clothes, like a dog.
What about your parents?
Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there, or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno.
How are you dealing with all of this?
How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with any of it. C doesn't either. Kuno's got this shit under control.
You need backup, and I'm here for you.
Listen. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C. You fuck with Kuno. You threaten her. You threaten to take her away.
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him seriously now.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her. Sneak up on you later and fuck you up. You understand?
Well, it looks you in the eye. Black people's trying to
He may
focus.
not be able to do it, but he will try. Right now, he believes he will.
I can respect that.
All right. Now we can do business.
He's breathing heavily. That took something out of him.
Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
No longer whispering.
Don't hook him up with shit, Kuno.
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno, you get all kinds of shit. Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics.
The lighting changed.
If you run a little errand for the Kuno. Get you hooked, pig. Get his hook in you. Then Kuno gonna get you hooking for more. Cash in big style. Pig hooker. That's right. Kuno's a candy store for pigs now. Get ready to be rewarded.
Running you an errand in illegal
Kuno
narcotics.
gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. That's where Kuno gets his lightning on. Problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now junkies clawing at Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Kuno's got to throw his dirty popo man at it. Dirty popo man is you. In there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids. Kuno's dad does steroids and speed. If you can take him, you can have half of the speed. Kuno's dad is a fucking monster. He's the most violent man in Revachol. He doesn't give a shit about a single thing. He drinks too. Like half. A baggie, but like in this vial. Okay, Kuno's listening.
I'm gonna confiscate that crap. Lie, you need speed. I'm going after the most violent man in
Sure,
Revachol.
whatever. If you survive, make sure to bring that shit back to Kuno. Kuno's almost out. Kuno's violent dad's got Kuno's key. So you need to fuck your way in there. Go to the pier side, bang on the door till the cleaning gimp lets you in. That's how Kuno does it. Then you go to room 12 and kick down the door, police violence style. That's what Kuno does. And then it's action time. You're locked in the room with violent fuckhead. That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his shit.
What the hell are you signing us up for here?
To get drugs away from a minor.
Then.
Kuno doesn't fucking...
Don't worry, Kim. I am not taking speed. I'm doing a clean cop run. I've seen how that shit can fuck you up, man. I'm making this guy, I'm getting him clean. Trying my damnedest to help fix up his life in any way I can.
A sturdy metal door guards the door rattled.
Stop banging on the door. Doesn't matter.
From within.
The police? No. Go check the backyard door.
Backyard door. There must be.
Yeah, you better keep walking. The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue d'Esperance. You wait and see.
The girl stares at the sailboat by the pier.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
Start with your blood type and go
where?
from there.
Accosting a minor?
Listen to your partner, pig man. Keep your grubby hooves off little old ladies.
Keep looking off to the side. What are you looking at?
The lieutenant is desperately searching for another handkerchief.
Huh?
Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her. On a first-name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up in the world.
Hold on, what's a zon?
It's where they grow whores like her. And they're whore men.
I don't like her either.
Pig's not half as dumb as he looks.
What are you doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
You don't know what to
Have
write?
you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mono is here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cards. And my name's not Mona, so...
She wants it to be something true and total.
Yeah?
Don't mind to ask you what you're doing.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
By approving of it, she no longer wants to do it.
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
The murder victim's missing armor.
What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells?
Art for the body.
Ugh, alright. Sad piggy. I'll give you this one. I saw a little girl in the fishing village running around with military-grade handwear. Looked cute as hell. If you haven't been there,
The village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time. Piggy,
Okay.
I have no idea why I just told you that. You look like a shaggy dog left in the rain for too long. I have a weakness for animals.
Catch you later.
Watch your back, Ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
Yeah. I do.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
At the cold, his shirt hangs unbuttoned on his frame.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
It's the god of cigarettes and youth. Ask him if he's got anything to spare.
No.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Apologies, but this is...
The god himself has denied you absolution.
I'm not sure that's a good idea. As you wish. Is it really that important?
Yes, you adjusting his shirt.
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinet's standards.
What were you doing last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Did I?
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He looks around the courtyard again. Snow blankets, the old patio chairs, and dead houseplants, and all the neighboring windows are black.
A downy blanket of white to cover up the miserable poverty of the scene.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over.
What kind of friend?
It was my Sunday friend.
A Sunday friend. How intriguing.
Did he see something?
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the grey sky, snow continues to pile on the neighboring windowsills. Someone hides behind a curtain. Those windows have eyes, and those eyes are watching, spying on you three.
Help you? No, sorry, gendarme. I have to run. My
Tell me your
name?
name.
My name is Martin Martinez.
Martin Martinez? Good local name. Let's go with that.
Alright,
No.
we'll talk later.
We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
This
Yo!
is a place of time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains?
We meet again somewhere.
For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes. Compassion and a hint of understanding. There's snow gathering on his hair and on his shoulders. A speckle of white against the purple that hangs loose on his slender frame.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
Like, his voice is soft and deliberate. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the cigarette butt sailing over the rail.
Hold on. What's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door. It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
He walks away.
He's gone.
Should run after him, see
No
where he went.
point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself. He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there.
The lieutenant nods toward a small rock and a soggy
If
patch
we
of
find
grass.
a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
A stone like any other. There's a key beneath
There's
it,
a key!
rusted from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments, and we'll just have to go in and see.
Eviction notices that missing pets are plastered on top of each other. Old shoe rack. Sneakers and old slippers. Ooh, minus authority, but plus logic. $5 whole? Just lying around? Begging to be taken by me?
A shift in temperature. The air chills around you. Dust settles on the stony floor.
Rub your sides
A
for
former
warmth.
architect stands before a slice of window, a room plan in her hand. A cold wave has made the air in the building stand still and frozen, with temperatures falling down to minus 20 degrees Celsius.
Her face
is red from the cold. She's breathing on her fingers, clasping the plan. Traces
This
of
is why I
sadness
like
are
Shivers.
visible
Shivers
in
and
her
Inland
expression.
Empire had a lot of like insight like this.
Faint
World
pencil
building
lines
insight.
on paper depict the same place, but a missing eastern wall connects the room with the neighboring apartment. Ideas for arranging the furniture have been jotted down. It's clean and empty, with new tapestry embellishing the walls. A standard HB graphite pencil has fallen off a three-legged stool in the middle of the room. She had an eye for beauty.
Someone has torn down the wall. 16 days of coldest April. Hello. Above tarp, slapping the wind, forgotten hammers and nust rails. Nails rust. Kim, how'd you get in there? Hundred tiny feet scurrying beneath the grate. The rats of the city. Another balcony wasn't there. Why have I been pinged?
That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers, the iconography of communism, in other words. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mezov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure.
Why is the star upside
to
down?
symbolize the toppling of the old order, Also, some social democrats were already using it.
What's the deal with the antlers?
The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist in accord with the natural world, and at the same time above it.
Why white?
Because white is the color of peace.
What does it evoke in me?
Gone is the glory of hope. Only the scribblings of impoverished students remain in dirty hallways.
Ow.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity. Your heartbeat quickens, palms go sweaty. The siren of amphetamine is singing you her.
Not yet. Print shift, someone's watching from within. Oh yeah, look at that. Look who can afford a place to sleep tonight.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the
There's no
doorframe
way I
with
can
a
mess
silk
this up.
snip.
Thank God.
The cutter goes through them like dead leaves. The links fall to the ground on the other side of the... Don't let the quiet fool you. The beast is in there somewhere, ready to rip you to shreds with a broken bottle.
I know there's no stopping you, but let's at least make this quick.
Reiter his name and then finish homework. Glossy erotica covers the wall, wrinkled from moisture. It's from 2 years ago.
A phone book lies open on the table, covering a stack of utility bills.
I've located
Right
psychoactive
next to it, in
substances
plain sight.
on the table.
Good. Confiscate.
The minuscule amount of amphetamine doesn't interest the lieutenant in the slightest. He listens instead to something in... You pocket the bottle as if it were the most natural thing. Don't wait. Celebrate. Blast it before you face the beast.
Alright. Really, this is minus composure. But, let's get that composure back up. Reaction speed up, physical instrument.
You look down at the white ceramic sabatons hugging your arches and calves, surprised at how well they fit. Your movements cause tiny little clicks, like dice rolling somewhere far away. As the plates reorient to your motions, the hardened vitreous enamel, at once sleek and light, adds a glow to your cheeks and a spring to your step. Just imagine what a full suit of this stuff could do for you.
I just enjoyed it, I must study it.
Remember, this is a highly specialized kinetic redistributor meant to stop bullets. Wear it, observe its properties, see if there's a weakness in the design. for the day you have to fight someone covered in the same material.
Interesting.
A bundle of clothes heaped on the bed, a stained parka, some towels and a duvet. In the dark, it looks like a nest. Something underneath there is breathing. It doesn't give a shit that you're a cop. It's not too late. No one's going to blame you for backing out. You don't have to do this. Just get out. Your hand touches a greasy duvet covered in cigarette burns and ketchup stains. You hear a
how
growl.
it's like...
There is something alive underneath it. You see a 60-year-old, fat, red-headed man passed out from large amounts of alcohol. And God knows what else. The smell of shit rises from his mouth. You don't have to take him down. He's already down.
Took your amphetamine, old man.
I'm afraid it is. Look, it moves.
He points to a fleshy lump sticking out from the other end of the blankets. The limb seems to be twitching from time to time.
The other foot is camouflaged by a striped sock bearing the name Maxtor on the sole. 3 toes are poking out of a hole. A groan rises from the man's throat, dry like a death rattle. He's trying to say something in his sleep.
His father?
Judging.
The lieutenant's right. The man's There's still plenty to be scared of here. Just not what you thought.
I can't believe it! Kudo's dad isn't a loser. Must be someone else.
I think it's still quite bad. I mean, what he has come to. This man won't be feeding his family anytime soon. Not that he was, but at least he won't be beating his son.
A pair of half-open bug eyes is staring back at you from the dark, empty, and frozen. It's clear that the person behind them is not awake.
Can't you tell? It happens to exceptionally committed substance abusers. They fall asleep with their eyelids still open. Not a pretty sight. Look, he's trying to communicate. What is there to do? We could turn him on his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit, but he's already on his side. We could take him to Remedy or Saint-Baptiste, but he doesn't have money for medical services. The almshouse would turn him down. They don't do charity for people who are trying to kill themselves. Besides, he'll be dead in a few.
The lieutenant stops listening
The
to him.
pile of blankets grunts miserably. The man groans once again, but his tongue keeps failing and then falls back again, limp and defeated by sleep. Silence. Only heat emanates.
Seems like a worthwhile one. Yes.
The aging alcoholic is still there, breathing. The air in the room is stale.
What is there to do? We could take him to... They don't do...
The pile of blankets.
I'm afraid it...
And look, a groan.
Well...
The lieutenant... There's still plenty to be scared.
I think this man...
A pair of half-open bug eyes is...
Look, he's trying to communicate.
Silence. Only...
Is there really nothing I can do with him? Okay, it doesn't seem like I can do anything with the dad. I've been a very good boy so far and have not touched alcohol or anything.
This door has been closed with a padlock. It's a solid lump of metal, but the chef better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise. No reply.
You don't need to do that
You hear
yet.
someone walking around it. The walking stops abruptly. You can feel tension on the other side. Sounded like a woman. A poor communard from the looks of it. The room.
Do I have to open the door?
Yeah, the clacking of heels as the door turns now getting a defensive
Do
edge.
you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
Number 9 is locked. Her mailbox is overflowing. Vita says a firing squad for the rich.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
An elderly woman is leaning on a broom, her knuckles white as bone. She seems to be having difficulty breathing. She sneezes into a dirty handkerchief.
This woman's health is failing her. There's not much to do. Not in this damp.
Should I call a doctor?
I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
She starts coughing, red spots appearing on her
She's
cheeks.
still worried. It's very worrying.
Now, what do you want from me, policeman? I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways.
You live here.
If you can call it living.
She spits on the
I've
floor
a
before
little
wiping off
room
with a broom.
Upstairs, right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no.
She juts at her
I have
eyes,
my
her
bed
chin, eyes
and my
shining.
aching bones to keep me company. And that's all I need from this world.
And all she gets, too. The coastal wind beats down hard on the coal room door outside. Splashes of waves make the balcony slippery.
I'm looking for Martin Marnez.
Oh, you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry.
No, you don't understand. I'm looking for a real person named Martin Marnez. He told me he's Martin Marnez.
Brain. Someone played a trick on you. Martin Martinez is a name for anyone who comes from Martinez, like Jim Jamrock or Raoul Ravachol.
Oops. You really didn't get the joke there.
Oops.
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the witness's name.
Young male in his mid-20s, dark hair, skinny build, smoker on the balcony. You know where he lives?
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
She looks at the end of the hallway.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
No trouble. Just want to talk to him. Do you know where he lives?
Talk?
Seeing that he starts laughing but turns into a violent coughing spasm, she squeezes her broom, trying to catch her breath.
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you.
We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
I have a few questions about those apartments.
Ask away, policeman.
Why is there a hole in the wall in the main apartment?
Some lunatic lost his mind. All kinds of morons pass through these halls.
With how small these rooms are, wouldn't you want to break the wall down?
From the residents on vacation, their mailbox is overflowing.
People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
Who lives in apartment 10?
No one lives there. It's been empty for months.
Talk to someone through the door.
Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there.
The young lady says, shaking her head. She pauses along the hallway.
Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman. Be good and take a look, will you?
Sure, I'll go and see what I can find.
Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans.
Who lives behind the padlocked door?
Oh, that one is a scientist, a future scholar.
Suddenly, the old lady's face is beaming.
I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study.
Astrology?
Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall.
You don't mean astronomy?
That's what I said. Astrology.
The lieutenant shakes his head, as though to say, come on,
Let it
people.
go.
Try to keep up any standards here. It's not about stars. It's... forget it.
So you're the man who lives at the end of the hallway. Uno de Regeter.
I don't want to talk about Deweeters.
The Wheaters. Clearly mutters, starts thinking of something in pockets. Why not?
Addicts. All of them. And sometimes I hear them screaming.
She winces.
They don't like me cleaning behind their door. Think I'm listening in on their fights.
So she doesn't. Not after that one time. There's a that one time here. It didn't get physical. She heard something she doesn't want to hear again.
We saw unpaid utility bills. Aren't they going to be evicted?
No one likes them in this building. It's only because of the kids they haven't been thrown out. I don't like talking about those people.
Damn it, Cindy.
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still...
She leans in her room.
She leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
That's all,
she
thanks.
mumbles some kind of a response, then hacks something into her handkerchief.
Thanks, I'm off. Foreclosed by Martinez Realty Associates. Sea below looks cold and winter gray.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging.
Excuse me? Of course not.
Scare them. Suspected of some big crime.
I don't need a warrant if I suspect there's been a break-in.
Come on.
There's a pause before you hear the door being
You are
unlocked.
smart.
That was smart, the lieutenant says, nodding towards the unlocked door. +1 to indirect modes of taxation. Oh no. Ridiculous, you can hear it swarming with bugs. Blister pack of medicine peeks out. You should take it. Yes. Give me morale juice.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
She jingles a set of keys in her hand.
Boy, there are a lot of different keys there. More than 20, at least. Her voice is really cheerful, despite her obviously hating you.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
She fumbles through her purse, fishing out a light, paper-clad passport.
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair inside, along with all her personal details.
Everything seems to be in order.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour.
What are you doing here?
I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place.
Reprehensible. Who lives here?
It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent.
She stops, hesitating.
But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry.
We lived in the foreclosed apartment down the hallway.
Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but...
Like how her voice just sounds like she's talking through a forced smile the entire time.
And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall. A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
My money has also disappeared, I think.
Well, it does not disappear from my hands. No, I don't let it.
What happened with the wall?
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both.
She's still shaking her head. Manicured hands now crossed over the chest. That's all.
Of
Thank you.
course.
She replies with a smile, but her eyes remain glazed over. She's been waiting for you to leave. Apartment number 10 for the cleaning lady.
Give me a moment.
It was just a real estate agent setting up the room for a new tenant.
I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them.
Highly technological wizards are going to save this place. It'll be a visionary innovation utopia. No one is coming. There'll be nothing but squalor unless we start killing real estate agents. Lax women and sexual deviants. That's who'll come. Spit. I'm sure everything will be fine. This apartment building needs slow change. Imperceptibly slow.
We won't be killing anyone. And you shouldn't say things like that. You're a police officer. There's been enough killing. I've seen it.
She coughs.
She's seen it and known those who have been killed.
What does that mean, though? +1 to indirect modes of taxation. Affluent moneymaker man. Honestly, yeah, I'll probably stick with these ones. Regular black jeans for composure. I love disco-ass blazer. No, thank you.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking.
Really? Because
The
I have
lack
a lot
of
of it.
magnesium has you slouched. The magnesium levels in your blood are dangerously low. It's about the low magnesium levels and not the high alcohol levels.
So there's a lack of magnesium
Yes,
in me.
and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of magnesium in your bloodstream.
So I need to mag it up?
You need to get so magged up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. And the only prescription is insane amounts of magnesium. 1 stroke? Don't be so modest. He's having one right now.
You're saying I need to become a magnesium-based life form?
Yes. If you want to live, you need to evolve. You need to transcend the carbon barrier. Go to the apothecary and buy insane amounts of magnesium. It will reverse the damage to your circulatory system. Just remember, it's not the alcohol. Buy more of that too. Alcohol is not the problem. And it's certainly not the dextroamphetamine, nor smoking for
The what
40
now?
years. It's the lack of magnesium
The speed?
and excess of
I'm-
coffee.
I
You
haven't
should
taken
stop
speed.
drinking coffee. It wreaks havoc on your gastrointestinal system. This door has been closed with a padlock. The shackle snaps
Yes!
like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a little thud.
After you, detective.
Flamboyant poster of a white star. Real lithography.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads, Kraz Marzov. Honestly, He does kind of look like you after all.
What is this tenant of a bust of Krasmazov in their bedroom?
The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting.
You have to admit, this Krasmazov bears a striking resemblance to me.
Hold on a second. Is this why you broke in here? To find out whether you're Krasmazov?
I have to consider and investigate all possibilities.
Except that Krasmazov is dead. He's been dead for 50 years now.
Just humor me for a moment. Don't you see the resemblance?
Well, you both do seem to share an affinity for sideburns. But it seems like old Kras here didn't drink nearly as much as you.
This bust is probably just a romanticized depiction anyway.
Very well. Let's look for identifying features then. Doesn't he have a birthmark right here? What about you?
I can't tell. I can't see my face.
Alright, but here's the big thing. Krasmazov looks Samaran, and you don't.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. Look at his eyes. Wasn't his mother a Samaran immigrant?
I'm part Samaran myself.
Okay, you win. Be Krasmazov then. I don't care. Why are you so hell-bent on proving that you're Krasmazov anyway?
Because I'm a communard, because I believe a powerful nation state is the only way to protect the working class from subhumans. Because actually, he wanted stability and incremental progress, and so do I. Because he was a totally gangster and a bank robber who went for all the cash in the world. That's me. I'm not sure. It's just the feeling I have, but it's just my feelings, because I'm a communard.
Alright, Kras. You fought in the revolution and everything, if you say so.
Father Mazov, the hero of the working class.
Whoever lives here definitely shares your enthusiasm.
He leans close to inspect the photos of revolutionaries on the wall.
There aren't many communists around. Not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems.
Photos of revolutionaries posing with guns. Books of critical theory on the monstrosities of capital and such. 9mm bullet. Conceptualization. -1 suggestion from my shirt. But this do help with my conceptualization, which do be suffering. Anyways, I'm glad we've cleared that up. I am indeed Krasmazov. Krasmazov. The father of the working class. Father of the working class. Whatever. Whatever I meant to
Just
say.
an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Just pay rent for the day. What does the Suicide of Krasmazov give me? +1 rhetoric, and white check failures heal all morale. Okay, that's actually genuinely huge. So that just turns every white check failure into a morale
Can I help
heal.
you? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real.
How could anyone forget, asshole?
For real. Goddamn landlord.
The bullet is still safely sealed away.
Not yet. But don't worry, I'm checking you out.
Does Kuno care? Alright, so you got Kuno's kilo. Here is how we do it. That's how we split it. It's the best way. Street way. Word on the street is, you sent your little friend in dressed as a hooker, distraction style. That's some sick shit.
He nods approvingly to the lieutenant.
Not a single muscle moves on the lieutenant's face.
Kuno wants to hear all about it, but first we split the kilo, then we shoot the shit.
Keeping it. You don't need more drugs. You're 12.
Alright. Kuno knew you'd try that sneaky pig shit on him.
Tell him, Kuno.
Kuno's got brains. This shit doesn't surprise Kuno. So Kuno's gonna give you one more chance. Know this, pig. Shit is made.
Major fucking...
Kuno won't take this shit lightly. The
Not like he thinks, but you can feel it. Somehow, this will change things.
Tick, 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 tick. Decision time. What's it gonna be? You gonna fuck the Kuno?
Don't give Kuno a vial.
Alright. You fucked the Kuno. Everybody, Kuno got fucked by his pocket pig. Just when we getting our business on,
I told you he can't be trusted. I told you. I told you he'd steal the shit.
The little rat repeats it 6 or 7 times.
Relax, see? We got plenty of kilo. Kilo underground, in the tree. This ain't about that. This is about you and Kuno. You mismanaged this shit. Now everything is fucked between us. How are you gonna make this up to the Kuno, huh?
In truth, Kuno doesn't really believe there's anything you can do to make up for this. The damage is irreparable.
There's a textbook with your name on it in the apartment.
Yeah, so fucking what? Fuck are you talking to Kuno about that kiddie shit?
He's trying to
Fuck out of here. Kuno knows it's fucking lame. That's why Kuno changed it. Kuno can change his name into anything. Gonna change my name into...
Don't change your name into that, Kuno.
Yeah, I feel like that's a problem.
The fuck do you know about Kuno's life? Kuno's got plans. Get the fuck...
Yeah, we got plans.
6 meters underground, below piping from before the war, the collapsed remains of the Martinez storm drain system. There are 2 stolen flashlights with piles of batteries next to them, beside 2 bedrolls, in the dark and opening into the lower tunnels.
Yeah? How the fuck are you still alive, pig?
Dad is a half-dead alcoholic who's sleeping under some clothes.
What?
His posture changes. The swaying rooster motion stops for a second. Then he gets it going again, reorienting himself.
Fuck right. Kuno's dad was sleeping like a bum. Kuno told ya. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about anything. Fucking breaking and entering shit. That's nothing to Kuno's dad. You got lucky, pig. Kuno knew this. Kuno's fucking violent fiend dad's been drinking hard lately. Kuno knew you have a way in. Narrow window. Kuno window.
Whatever scary thing he might have been now, he's nothing.
Yeah. Kuno's dad is fucking nothing. Fucking coma shit. Stroke shit. Kuno's dad is so fucking violent. He's had a stroke many times. Shit. Kuno's gonna have one too. Gonna be just like Kuno's dad. Speed shit. Crime shit. Fucking on the bed. Kuno's gonna go out like Kuno's dad. Revachol West style.
Stop saying all this sad shit, Kuno.
The whisper comes smaller than usual.
There's a touch of grief in there.
Fuck are you talking, sad? Kuno's got hard shit, death shit, nothing shit.
You don't have to turn into
Get
that.
your fucking nun-ass out of here before Kuno fucks it dead. You think cause you took Kuno's speed, Kuno's gonna sub like a turn into... Kuno ain't turning into shit. Kuno is that shit.
If he doesn't stop soon, he's going to collapse from exhaustion. He's red all over.
Kuno won! Oh, you won, Kuno!
The relief is palpable. The little hat jumps up and down behind this fence.
Fuck right there were. Fucking 3 years or some shit. Yeah, that's right. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about that electricity and light shit. Just wants to pound on people and drink. That's right, it's a shithole. Kuno's gonna move underground, Leroyme shit, ancient shit. Kuno's gonna live in a fucking catacomb.
Yeah, in a tomb, Kuno.
The little one seems overjoyed at that prospect.
That didn't change shit, pig. That only made things worse. Fucking social worker shit. It doesn't work, pig.
It doesn't work, Kuno. Only our shit works.
Did I get them to go back to work yet? No.
Kuno doesn't.
Social worker shit doesn't work, man. Never works.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Really? Okay. Still super low. Let's check it back in the evening. We have an extra modifier. I guess the only thing left for me is to deal with the Union. We got these guys, and then we've got the front gate. Alright. We're gonna want authority and... Assuming we're gonna want authority and composure. Okay. Higher reaction speed. No. Might want suggestion. No, I actually might want half-light over suggestion. Yeah, I don't think I'll want conceptualization. The bowl, they're spitting it, reeking of tobacco. The Hawthorne bushes outside. Orders of men in overalls toting guns and Union placards.
This is where you say your bit.
The broad-shouldered man points at you with a beer can.
He's used to giving orders and having them obeyed immediately. You should not indulge him.
Detective.
It leaves it to you. Don't say anything yet.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
Cross your arms.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
The little guy looks at his mates in disbelief.
Hey, asshole, up here. We're talking to you.
We are looking for Titus Hardy.
Then it turns to the broad-shouldered man at the end of the table. They talk about the man out back.
Oh, This is about him. A real looker, that won't.
You sure took your time, huh? Waited for him to get real ripe and pretty for you.
Looks the tightest for approval.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy. Hanging up there, letting out that pretty boy smell.
I can't for the life of me understand why you did it. I mean, I would have just left him up there. You must really like cleaning up other people's shit.
Uh-huh. Oh, okay. Bad in here.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
No. I's here. You got...
Yeah! You fuck with the Hardy Boys, you fuck with Titus Hardy.
Chuck the scrawny rat-faced man, 2 teeth. Missing in the front.
Relax, Dennis. No one is fucking you yet.
This is the 40-something man from the corner. The plectrum hanging from his neck.
Yeah, Dennis, calm down. No one's fucking you, you stupid fuck.
Tarpek, okay. A blonde man in his 30s agrees.
Let Dennis enjoy his fucking, man. We don't mind.
You notice gang tattoos. The man must be either Mesk or Saramirizian.
Yeah, you're not even being fucked, Dennis.
The fat guy in the middle lets out a little chuckle.
Easy, fellas. We got company. Let's see what brings the cop around.
Titus puts an end to it.
Too late. You already scanned the room. You got a pretty good picture of the actors here. You could take another look at the tracks in the mud on the crime scene. Compare it to these guys.
Man hanging in the backyard. Did you do it?
Pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
I have spoken to the dead man in a bizarre occult vision. Why is there a container belt around the dead
Container
man's
belt?
neck?
Like we use in the harbor?
Yes, why?
Because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then we went out back and used it to hang him.
As he speaks, his fists contract, going through the pulling motion again, savoring it.
We did this together, all of us, until he was dead. That's why there's a container belt around his neck.
There's a catch hidden somewhere. He didn't confess so that you could take them all away. It's too simple.
But there's a catch.
There is no catch. These 7 honest men have all equally come forth to tell you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time.
They're playing to their considerable strength in numbers. Don't talk about arresting them. You'll only bring attention to your inability to do so.
How did you kill
him?
him?
Up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, Copper?
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
You're pretty sure you've had at least 2 years of cop school and many more of active service. Certainly enough to not put up with this backsass. Deliver a knockdown observation.
Now you listen to me, Sonny Jim. The autopsy showed the victim's hands weren't tied, no signs of struggle. Explain this and make it real simple.
Look.
Uh-huh.
I'm not gonna play 20 questions with you, Capo. I'll say it again. We killed him.
That definitely caught him off guard. In comes number 2 to take care of it.
Yeah, I knocked him out. Came up behind him and clubbed him in the back of the head. He went down like a sack of sand.
That's right, lawman. And then we hanged the fuck.
My fucking elbow, Copper. Samaran boxing style.
Like what, Copper?
There's the bullet.
Huh?
Sip of beer makes the surprise go down easier.
There was a bullet in the dead man's brain. Why was it there if you hanged him?
How the fuck do I know? Anyone could have shot him. Target practice, maybe.
Another sip. He's tight-lipped
This
suddenly.
line of questioning is over. You got the cause of death already? Hanging. If there's any post-mortem trauma, it's your problem. This will not turn into a cross-examination.
We hanged him up by...
You're pretty certainly enough to know. That definitely.
Yeah.
That's right, lawman.
All right, baby.
And we hanged the fuck.
Wait, this was composure.
Actually, they're admirably.
No. Also, this was composure. Did I not equip my composure gear? Ah, I equipped the minus composure gear as well. As its authority. I'll probably need this more, honestly.
This is where you say your bit.
Detective,
Hey, dipshit.
What, is he fucking kidding?
Hey, ass.
we are looking for Titus Hardy.
Oh.
You should.
Oh, he was.
I can't.
You might want to start asking.
No.
Yeah.
Relax.
Yeah.
Let Dennis.
Yeah.
Easy, fella.
Too late. You already scanned of the actor's hair.
The
Funny. But my
container because
As he's.
we did.
There's a catch hidden somewhere.
There is no catch. These 7 honest men have all equally come forth to tell you what.
Huh?
there was a bullet.
How the fuck do I know?
This line of questioning is over. You got the cause of death.
We.
The autopsy.
The lieutenant.
We. Look, I'm not gonna play 20 questions with you, capo. I'll say it again. We killed him.
Oh, because I didn't have the authority.
Yeah. I know.
That's right, lawman. And then we hanged the fuck.
Actually, they're admirably. Well, this one. But he's always fidgeting. So.
Right fucking here.
No, I am safe scumming this. I can do it. I feel cheated. If it was a low chance, I would take it. But I'm being robbed.
This is where you say your bit.
I have no shame in safe scumming.
Detective.
Wow.
I clicked the wrong one. That doesn't count. It doesn't count. This is the problem with this game. I am bad with just rolling with the punches, right?
This is where you say your bit.
Because I don't like save scumming, but I can't beat the compulsion to accept failure.
Detective.
I can't, yeah,
hey,
to not
dipshit.
accept failure.
You hard of hearing?
What?
Hey,
Well,
Wow. Real big dick.
Yeah. Look.
Must be some.
Yeah.
You might want to start asking your questions now.
No.
Relax.
Yeah.
Let Dennis.
Yeah.
Easy.
Too late. You already. Of the actor's hair.
So.
They love him.
funny. But my partner and I.
Container bell? Because.
As he.
We did.
There's a catch hidden somewhere.
There is no catch. These 7 honest men.
Huh?
There was.
How the fuck do
This line of questioning.
we.
The autopsy.
The lieutenant goes in for the leg sweep.
We.
Yeah.
That's right, lawman. And then we.
Actually.
Come on. If it's like around 50%, it's one thing. I lose a coin flip. But I shouldn't be losing a 75% chance.
This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
Hey,
What is he?
hey, asshole, up here.
We are looking for Titus Hardy.
Oh, this is...
You
Oh, he was.
I can't...
You might want to start.
No.
Relax.
Yeah.
Let Dennis.
Yeah.
Easy.
Too late. You good. You could take another look at the tracks in the yard.
The pretty...
Funny.
But container... Because...
As he's...
We did...
There's a catch hidden.
There is no catch. These 7 honest men.
Huh?
There was a...
How the fuck do I know?
This line of questioning is over. You got.
We hand...
didn't they?
The autopsy...
The lieutenant go...
We...
Yeah.
That's right, lawman.
Well, it's a 72% chance. I can't.
Actually,
I need to roll a 6. That's it. Just a 6. A total of 6. At the bare minimum. That's so easy. That's so easy. Just a single 5.
This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
Hey,
What is he?
hey, ass.
We are looking for Titus...
Oh,
You
Oh, he was.
I can't...
You might want to start.
No.
yeah. Relax.
Yeah.
Let Dennis.
Yeah.
Easy.
too late. You already... Good. You could...
The pretty...
Funny.
Contain... Because...
As he's...
We did...
There's a catch hidden.
There is no catch. These 7 honest men have all.
Huh?
There was a...
How the fuck do...
This line of questioning.
We hanged him up by his neck.
The autopsy...
The lieutenant...
Yeah.
That's right, lawman. And...
Actually,
I'm going to die in the video game.
This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
Hey, dipshit. You.
Wow.
Fuck! I'm sick of hitting the wrong button.
This is where you say your bit.
Ooh.
Detective.
Ah.
Hey,
What is he?
hey, asshole.
We are looking for Titus Hardy.
Oh,
You
Oh, he.
I can't...
You might want to start.
No.
yeah. Relax.
Yeah.
Let Dennis.
Yeah.
Easy, Phil.
too late. You good. You could take another look at the tracks in the yard. On the crime scene.
I see. Hold on. I could, in fact, take another look at the tracks, couldn't I?
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
Do I have any visual calculus up? Probably not. No, I have conceptualization, logic, but not visual calculus.
There are several footprints.
Come on, I can succeed.
8 pairs of
I
boots
succeed
have
this
shuffled
one.
back
First
and
try.
forth in the mud. Where else have we seen a gang of men in work boots? That's right. The Hardy Boys in the mess hall. of
8
well-known
pairs.
lads. 1. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 46. Just like Titus was wearing in his booth. This is the Big Dick. Titus Hardy, the one with the ball cap on his head. Is it? They didn't even bother to change boots. Putting them on the scene is easy, maybe even too easy. 2. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 44. Either the blonde muscular guy, Glenn, or the young guy with a plectrum around his neck. 3. Hobnailed work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 43. The inked banger, perhaps. 4. Standard work boot, number 45 or 46. Theo, the old smoker. You think you even see a tiny fleck of cigarette ash inside the print.
What else?
5. Another standard work boot, reinforced toes, number 44. Same as before. Either the musician, Eugene, or the muscle-bound blonde, Glenn. 6. Light as air. Same make of boot, but number 41. Small like a rat. Shanky.
I should have caught this earlier.
Better late than never, detective. The whole world is dark and the tracks burn in it with strange beauty. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot, number 46. The imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms. Fat Angus. Carrying something?
A body.
8. Another standard work boot, number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole. The right sole is smoother, more worn. Curious. A missing 8th Hardy Boy.
7 sets of tracks, right? The Hardy Boys were here.
8, actually.
That's all? Interesting. Then one of them seems to be missing. Anything else out of the ordinary?
41 shoe.
I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy Boy. The one with his front teeth missing. I could still be wrong, but I'm probably not.
200 kilogram input.
This could be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up. Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built armored man. Maybe it was a fat Hardy Boy, the one sitting in the middle.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
That guy from the booth carrying the victim.
Probably yes. This would also fit with the victim being dead from a previous gunshot wound. They had to carry him because he could no longer walk. Is there anything else that's noteworthy here?
One soul smoother than the other.
Interesting. Let's name it the Odd Soul. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the missing Hardy Boy. Wonder who he is.
Any ideas, Lieutenant?
Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor? Or maybe a drummer?
He regrets it the moment he says it.
I don't know why I said that. We are not looking for a drummer. We are looking for a group of dock workers. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right.
Not thoughtfully.
He doesn't seem to hear you, looking south toward the traffic jam instead. The machines are silent. The engines are all turned off.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no? A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
I see. Ground had been too hard.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree.
But we know the victim had a bullet in his head. A more precise way to put it is, it was made to look like a lynching.
And purposely
But his
misled.
tracks? Yes.
Alright. And now we go back and save Scum, the other one. Take off the glasses, because they reduce their authority. Minus one suggestion, or you can take that off. Just in case. So now we've got a little bit something more.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Where's the 8th Hard Boy?
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy Boy. There's 7 of us and we're... Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy Boy? We ain't hiring.
Shakes his head.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
She? So there's an 8th Hardy, and it's a Hardy girl? Who might it be? Elizabeth? The gardener?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn!
He roars.
Talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy Boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. And...
Points at Lieutenant.
You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other.
Lieutenant Justice
Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
The pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
You mean these boots? We all got a pair. We wore them the night we took the...
As he speaks...
Yeah.
There's a catch hidden somewhere.
There is no catch. These 7...
Huh?
There was a bullet in the...
How the fuck do I know?
This line of questioning is over. You got the cause of...
We hang...
Didn't they?
The autopsy showed...
The lieutenant goes...
Yeah. That's right, lawman.
And now we succeed this role that...
Actually...
I'm gonna... How? It's not even a coin flip.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. What do you... Or...
Actually...
She...
Shut up!
So let...
That's... You're not...
Good.
There's no point in...
The pretty...
Funny.
Because...
As he's... There's a catch.
How many people...
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years.
Any people you ever sent to the chase ever felt remorse alone? Honestly, I drink so much I can't really remember anyone I've sat behind bars.
Remember them.
Ain't no use keeping a stiff catalog in your head. That's for sure. Huh?
There was a...
How the fuck...
This line of questioning is over.
We hang...
The autopsy...
The lieutenant...
Yeah.
That's right, law.
My fucking elbow copper right fucking here. The fucker.
Titus is
Finally.
so wrong, and so are a few others. But Elaine, who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man, the least antsy of the bunch, definitely not his first time being questioned by the police. This little rat-faced fellow is solid too. Always fidgety, yes, but no change there. Him neither. Mostly keeps to his tomato juice, or whatever he's got there.
This one. He's sweating profusely and has difficulty breathing. They've smartly kept him out of the conversation this far. Definitely the weakest link in the chain.
A single sentence would wear him out. He can't take the length of the questioning. Keep it going long enough, and he'll crack.
Hey, you.
No.
Having trouble breathing? He looks up startled, his forehead shiny from sweat. A few coiled locks are peeking out from under his warm woolen hat.
Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking fat he is.
The man next to the big guy bursts out laughing.
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy. All muscle.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
And fuck you, too, copper. Picking on Angus like this. We're done with this schoolyard shit. And just so you know, he doesn't have trouble breathing.
Sure he don't.
His all-muscle comment wasn't sarcastic. He's genuinely trying to look out for Angus. This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder. Not yet.
Like what, copper?
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy Boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
Who do you fucking think does?
They put pressure on Angus some more.
It wasn't a question, dickwad.
This asshole is worse than... Titus
Falls
runs
silent.
the Hardy Boys, genius. That's why we're called the Hardy Boys. Ain't that right, fellas?
I think you got your end.
Yes, there are some administrative differences. But on that night, they all acted as one.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town. And he stepped out of line.
Dog clamp
What
shut.
kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara. Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
There's slight unease in him suddenly. He regrets mentioning the rape.
He
Kill
fucked
us
up.
all if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. That was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah, this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming.
Lieutenant's trying to make sense of this fun information.
Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Shakes his head in disbelief. Is the same girl who was sexually assaulted? Raped, you said?
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
But then who did he rape?
No, you're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter, and I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
I see.
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is a group responsibility. We're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials.
Weak when we first met.
You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
It's probably the reference to the fact that I don't remember anything when I drink. I didn't even mean to ask that question about remorse. I knew it was going to be bad. I wanted to add another save point, or stat point, but I really do want this one. Damn, there are a lot of thoughts, huh? Okay. So we're gonna have to authoritize myself upon him. Oh, I actually never did.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer in.
I don't have much logic. Right, I have I have a lot of minus logic. I don't, I just don't have a lot of base logic. I have no rhetoric. Don't need this. This is my only plus to logic. I'm trying to do savoir-faire. I'll do that. Otherwise, I think I'll keep them. So, I have to get into the Union now. I have to get to the dock. I can either try and go around here to the shack, or I can deal with the measurehead, which I will probably do anyways. And then I have to wait a day to get my fucking to the lock, the water lock, which will open up quite a lot. Probably my badge and my gun. And the karaoke, it'll part of the armor glove. Oh, right. Gotta wash this off. Plus bull. It's probably also water locked. Okay. Well, that's gonna be for me today. Because it's, what, 8:30? What time is it? It's 9:30, even later. Okay. Yeah, it's 9:30, I'm fucking hungry, gotta figure out dinner and sleep and shit. But I'll be back tomorrow, on Thursday, with more Disco Elysium. Having a lot of fun, even if I
want to both let myself fail, but feel compelled to not fail. That is just the problem I have with RPGs. With choices and stuff. But, yeah. That's it for me tonight. Thanks for showing up. I appreciate it. Hope you all have a good night. Good night. That's the wrong button.